I'm on. Trish Bodie,
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez de Lacchia,
Here.
Alexis Grimes,
Here.
Aaron Johnson, Jim McKay,
Here.
Christine Maurer,
Here.
Anna Smith.
Here. With a quorum of the board present, I now call the Leander ISD special meeting to order. We will now move on to the next part of our agenda item, which is our superintendent remarks.
I do not have anything at this time, Madam President.
All right, board member remarks. All right, citizen comments? Okay, we'll move on then to our discussion items for the evening. Our superintendent goal discussion, agenda item.
Madam President,
Yes.
I apologize. Before we get started, I just want to make sure it's all right if I eat. I have not eaten all day.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, it is a working dinner. We're not going to give y'all time to take a break. So just if you need something to drink or need to use the facilities or go get something to eat on, please just excuse yourself, go get it and then come back. And we'll take some breaks throughout the evening, by the way. We're just not planning for big, long dinner breaks.
Thank you.
All right. Superintendent goals and discussion. Bill, thank you for joining us again this evening. If you want to just introduce yourself to the people who are watching online or in the audience, and you may begin whenever you're ready.
Board members, my name is Bill Rutherford. Glad to be back with you. We were together back in January at the retreat, and a different setting, but our work continues, and awfully nice on my part to be with you tonight. I've been at TASB now going on 15 years, and I am primarily a board development consultant and also program manager for the program known as Leadership TASB. That's actually my main job. It depends on which hat I'm wearing at the time. It makes me think of which one I list as first. So our task tonight is actually pretty much at least 1.5, maybe twofold. And that is, we want to, first of all, review the process of how goals evolve for you, the board, to adopt. And then we want to spend a big chunk of the time actually working on those goals, not spending an inordinate amount of time wordsmithing, but rather getting main concepts. Let me point out to you, then finally we want to wrap up my portion of it with looking at how the goals are going to plug in to the evaluation instrument that you should have a copy of in your folder. I've got a couple of handouts. We may or may not get to them. We went over them in our retreat back in January, but I brought a copy of it for us for review's sake. I think it's very important, board members, that we understand that the most important ears tonight are your superintendent's ears, because you will articulate the things that you want to see the district achieve over the next 12 to 15 months. And in so doing, and in the discussion that flows back and forth, Dr. Gehring's going to be able to internalize the degree to which the passion is really felt and begin to see the direction you as board members need to take, or want to take, rather. When I do a goal-setting session with the board, the temptation for some board members is to go online and look at another district and pull their goals off and say, oh, these look good. Wouldn't it be great if we did these? And I won't say that is a forbidden practice. I will say that is dang close to a forbidden practice. Because the goals, my friends, are those things that make you different. They may be the same on paper. They may say that virtually the same verbiage, but it's the discussion that happens tonight that makes the difference, which is why I tell boards, don't ever try to compare goals and think that these might be taken from one district and put in my district and therefore we're ready to shake, rattle, and roll, because that's not the point. It's much like a vision statement that you're going to get into later. It's not so much the words on the paper, but rather the emotion that those words create in the aid of y'all. That's what's significant there. So let's review, and then let's work on some goals, and then let's see how they plug into the evaluation instruments. Does that sound good? All right, let me... first page. Good to see you. Didn't want to put it on your pizza. Good to see you, Jim. Thank you, sir. Thank you. You're welcome, ma'am. Here you go. Okay, let's start at the top. Can everybody see this decently? Christine, can you see this okay? Yeah. I'll move back. You know, I'm a pacer, so I'll be moving around on it. Let's kind of set the framework of how goals are going to play into it. And one of the problems I have with what we do in public education is we use the word goals way too often. And then we sometimes confuse those with objectives. And then we sometimes confuse those with outcomes. And all kinds of words that begin to build on each other that cause mass confusion. We also, in public education, tend to have too many goals. We've got those goals that the board is to adopt. Then you've got the goals that come from the district improvement plan. And then you've got the goals that come from a strategic plan. And then you've got the goals that come from campus improvement plans. What I want us to focus in on is what the law says. And what the law means when it talks about the board is to adopt the goals, and the board is to hold the superintendent responsible for the goals and evaluation process. Not that there's anything wrong with all those others, but if we begin to confuse those, I think we're compounding the unfortunate confusion on the part of the board about are these our goals, are these district improvement plan goals, all those kinds of things. So let's kind of wash that away a little bit. If we start with the model of how this will look, up at the top you have your vision statement, which you're going to work on again later on tonight. And remember, this is the overarching desire of where you want Leander ISD to be 20 years from now. When you think about your vision statement, you're thinking about those kids who are in your pre-K classrooms right now. And what will their life be like? What kind of offering will they have? How will their life be changed and benefited because of their experience in Leander ISD? So this is 20 years down the road. Then as we think about 20 years down the road, we begin to hone it on down and think about what are the things that are happening now that if we don't see some correction on, they will impede our ability to get here. Remember, your vision is much like that carrot that you put in front of the donkey. Kicks the donkey to work and walk forward, right? Donkey never gets to the carrot, but it keeps moving, moving, moving. We're never going to get to the vision statement. But that still is our North Star. That's our guide. But today we can recognize things that are blocking us, that are impediments to that. And this is what we're going to try to identify. And in between will be the goals. And what we're actually saying with this, Dr. Gehring, this is where we want to go. This is what is holding us back. And therefore, these are going to be the things that the board says we want to see action on. We can't sit here tonight, gang, and pull out a list of 85 items that you and I are going to see improvements on. That's impossible. It's impossible for us tonight. That's impossible for your superintendent to direct. My thinking on these, remember, board members, you already have 3. House Bill 3 mandated that every board must adopt 3 goals, must be on early childhood literacy, early childhood numeracy, and on college and career military readiness. When we look ideally at goals, remember they have a life expectancy of 12 to 15 months, because that is the evaluation cycle. As soon as and we'll see that on the page that I handed out, and on the next page I'm going to flip over and draw off for you a little bit. But if we get to the point to where the things that we come up with in between are impossible to achieve the level of satisfaction in a 12 to 15 month time period, my friends, they're not goals. It's a wish list. What we're telling Bruce to do, Dr. Gary, these things plus whatever we come up with tonight are the things we want you to, on top of everything else you're doing, these are the things we want you to spend special time, energy, and resources on over the next 12 to 15 months, because in our view, as the elected lay board of this district, these things directly relate to the critical issue. And the closer we can get to getting that critical issue corrected, the sooner we can get to the prize, which is the vision. So every time you have a goal, board members, we ought to be able to go back in our thinking to this meeting tonight and say, I don't care what the words are we come up with. Okay? We ought to be able to come back to this meeting tonight and say, remember we were talking about X. What was driving this was what we said about Y. And we go, oh yeah, that's right. That's what we were most concerned about. And these ought to be obvious. These ought to be obvious. Okay? So, if you look on the page that I handed to you, if we look at the model, you know, educators always like to have good models. Keep us clear, give us something simple to look at. If you start with, good Lord, that's a horrible circle, isn't it? I'm not really that crooked, but it looks like I am. All right, 12 o'clock. If you look on that model, it goes back to 12 o'clock, and it tells you specifically that the board is responsible for adopting the vision statement and adopting the goals. This is straight out of the law. Chapter 11 of the Education Code says it is a board responsibility. So we're going to do that tonight. We're going to work on vision, and we're going to hammer out those goals tonight too. And if you also notice, gang, on that clock, from 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock, if I knew my clock, is a dashed line. What that means to us is theoretically everything above the dashed line is a board responsibility. It's found in statute. It's found in the code. It's found somewhere in law that's directing our board's action on. We ought to be able to find in the minutes, Madam President, exactly when the board took action on an action item adopting these goals. By the same token, everything below the line is pretty clearly identified as this is the role for the superintendent. And this is where we begin to get into trouble. If this were a solid line, and the law said, board members, anytime you are below the line, you're subject to a 30-year prison sentence. We can understand that one. By the same token, Mr. Superintendent, any heavy-handedness above the line, you're subject to a 30-year prison sentence. He can understand that one too. Problem, though, is, board members, you have oversight responsibility down here. You can't be tabula rasa on how Bruce operates the district. By the same token, his responsibility is to advise the board. He's going to help us with that tonight in the direction of goals, which keeps us both above and below the line at the same time. So, let's go back to 12 o'clock. We set our goals. We know what direction we're going to say, where we're going to go. We have essentially told the superintendent this is the what we want to see. And then you'll notice at about 2 o'clock, it says that the board's responsible for setting policy. It may be that the goal that you create, the what you want to see, is going to require change in policy. Only y'all can make that change. That's the law. Staff cannot make the change, cannot adopt policy. Only the board can. So, if this is the what you want to see, Bruce's part down here is to determine how are you going to see it. They've told us what they want to see. Now, staff, how are we going to deliver that? And I often say to board members, if you've done your work here at 12 o'clock, the rest of it is a piece of cake. It's absolutely a piece of cake. You are certainly monitoring, asking the right questions. In the lower half of the clock, you've said what you wanted to see happen. You may, in fact, have had to change policy to get that to happen. And then, board members, at that point, we're now at about 4 o'clock. I say, step back and get out of the way. Step back and get out of the way. Because at this point, Dr. Gearing and the staff are developing the plans based on what you said you wanted to see happen. They're implementing the plans down here at about 6 o'clock. This is what the board said they wanted to see. This is what we've got to do beyond everything else that we do. This is what we've got to do over the next 12 to 15 months. Get over here to 9 o'clock, and in the main process in between, Bruce has done his own evaluation. He's developed the plan, he's implemented the plan, and now he's beginning to see how it's working. All along the process, board, if these are well done, the bulk of your meetings ought to be talking about how things are going. Okay? And I'm going to stick my balding neck out with you just a bit. And feel free to chop it off if you want to. If this is what you, the board, say you want to see done, you've changed the policy to make it happen. As we're going through here, board members, you realize if it's following the what, board members, these ought to be pretty close to 7-0 votes. That's not a rubber stamp. That's you, the board, directing the superintendent on what you want to see happen, and then you're empowering him and staff to get that done. And as we get into this range, this is where the reality of the real world sets in. It may have been a beautiful idea, well worth every bit of sweat and toil we spend on it. May have been an incredibly remarkable plan developed. But lo and behold, something might have jeopardized that. I mean, let's face it, how much school have we lost through the pandemic? Add to that the horrible winter we've had. Think of how many plans have been developed in through here with timetables on it that don't get there. That's because, board, up here at about 10 o'clock, if you look at the table, it's back on your half of the clock, and that's your evaluation. This is the point at which you're actually going to evaluate the superintendent, and we're going to talk about the instrument just a little bit. And as soon as that is done, you're back up to 12 o'clock, and it starts over again. Which is why these things have a 12 to 15-month life expectancy. Let's not confuse that life expectancy line with a statement that it has to be completed. That's not it. It is, are you satisfied, board members, with the action being taken on the what you want to see? We may be 3 years away from actually seeing it. But if we are satisfied with the action being taken on it, and we get to hear, we're not looking at tangible results or for tangible results. Whether we're looking at, is everything lined up and going the way we want it to go? It doesn't mean that you don't have robust discussions in through here. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying your board meetings should last no more than 35 minutes either. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. You are informed down here, but you're not an academician on what's down here. As long as you tell Bruce, and you ask him the questions, Dr. Gehring, is the plan you developed, is it going to get us where we need to go? And he says, yes, it will. And you say, Dr. Gehring, can we afford the plan that you have? Yes, we can. Dr. Gehring, can we train our teaching staff to implement? Yes, we can. Dr. Gehring, do we have examples where this plan has been done in other districts? Yes, we do. You're asking the right questions without drilling so deep into this that you're way below the line. Our job as the board is not to understand every minute little detail on something as complex as school finance. There's probably only about 3 or 4 people in the state of Texas that know the answer to that one. But rather, do we at the board level understand where our funds are going? Are they going where we want them to go? Okay, let's pause and step back just a second. This was pretty much a review of what we did last time I was with you, but let's see if anybody has a question right now on where we are. Sound familiar enough? You ready to do your work now? Because these things have changed. Some of the earlier on writing in the legislature, some of the statute, it just used the G word. Boards are to set goals. Back out. And what we found happening over the years is boards were, they were writing goals, but they were writing goals based too often at a time on individual little pet projects, like a goal. Bruce, over the next 12 to 15 months, we want you to replace the scoreboard at the football stadium. Okay? And it was done. And the district was at standstill. Bruce, over the next 12 to 15 months, we want to make absolutely certain that the school lawns are mowed on a regular basis. And it was done. And the school district was at a somewhat standstill basis. So in 2009, the Texas legislature modified the law and said, okay, boards, we're good with that, but these things we want you to set as comprehensive goals. And the law never defined what comprehensive was. We understand that to mean, board members, our job is to look globally and select judiciously. Look globally and select judiciously. These are also not supposed to be prescriptive. Over the next 12 to 15 months, Bruce, we want you to completely remodel the field house. Over the next 12 to 15 months, Bruce, we want you to pass a bond election building 3 new schools. No. You're not going to hang on his evaluation the results of an election. Rather, we want to talk about why something like that might be needed. And allow him to come up with a plan to get it done. It may not be a bond election. It may be repurposing buildings. I don't know. Whatever the case might be. In other words, I'm trying to get you to realize when we look globally and pick judiciously, these are not supposed to be prescriptive. Because if we get in the business of telling him how it's to be done, let's be honest, gang, it's kind of hard to evaluate him if it's our how. It's our what, but it is his how. Okay, so let's look at, let me hand another page to you. In really not knowing what comprehensive might mean, what we have done is we've tried to divide the work of the board in goal setting into 3 areas of consideration. And maybe this helps and maybe it doesn't help. What I want us to do, though, I got it. I'm good at that. I want us to think in terms, as we kind of drive our thinking into critical issues now, I want us to think in terms of critical issues that you as an individual see facing the district in these 3 areas. All right? What I want you to do is just jot down the notes that will jog your memory of what you were trying to say there. Doesn't have to be a dissertation. Whatever makes sense in your note-taking. It doesn't have to be, gang, in all 3 of those areas. If all the critical issues we develop are in one area, that's fine. We are looking globally and selecting judiciously. Wait a minute, before I go on. Pins down, children, pins down. Let me refresh your memory in that you already have 3 goals that cover academics. House Bill 3 goals are already there. You're required by law to do that. You're required by law to adopt them, and you're required by law to evaluate. Part of Bruce's evaluation is movement on House Bill 3 goals, okay? For the initial sake of conversation, let me ask you to consider things that are not related to House Bill 3 goals, that are not related to early childhood math, early childhood reading, or CCMR standards, okay? We may come back to those, but we've got to do due service and due diligence to thinking globally. I want you to write those down. We're going to scribe them for you in just a bit. We'll have some discussion. What do these mean? What do these mean? Some oh-yowing. Oh, yeah, that kind of stuff. And then we ought to be able to see where our critical issues are beginning to bubble up. All right? Is that clear enough? All right, let's take some time and scribe a little bit then. Board members, don't be limited by my numbering system on that page. It is just taking up space. All right, use the margin, use the back. It makes no difference to me. It's your notes, not mine. Y'all ready to share? You can certainly add to your list as things go on, that's fine. But typically I've found that the things that come up first are those things that are most important. The longer we dwell, the more we find things that just we want to write down that may or may not be that relevant to our task. So what we're going to do, I'm going to start with Trish, if that's okay, Madam President. Take the hot seat first. And we're going to take, and I've kind of taken some license on this, and even though with learning community and all those kinds of things, I've just captured the main point, okay? So it doesn't have to relate to students, but to that general topic. Okay, and Trish, I want you to start. I want you to take that first one that you have and condense it into 3 words that capture what you're talking about. Okay? And then she's going to explain about what she's talking about. Okay? And as we go around the room, if you have one that is pretty doggone close to that, then when we get to your turn, you're going to me too it. Oh yeah, I have that one also. So she's going to start with the top of the list, and she's going to talk about something, and if that something is somewhere on your list, maybe you've done it in a different category, then me to it. And we'll start to begin an ordinal system. All right, Trish.
So my word, I guess, would be connected to their learning environment, education, their activities, the connections. They feel connected.
Activities.
And learning.
So the critical issue that you're seeing, and I'm putting words in your mouth, you say, yeah, that's right, or no, that's not right, is that what's preventing us from getting here is that I see that our students are not well connected.
To clarify, I see that during a COVID environment, that is a challenge of getting our students back to their connections. So, yeah.
Yeah, I read an interesting article yesterday that statewide, this is scary, I think, statewide, the estimate is our students are going to be, by the time next year starts, assuming these are gone, assuming social distancing is just a faded memory, our students are going to possibly be 5.5 months behind, which is more than double the typical summer slide. That's going to be an issue. All right? Everybody understand what she's getting at there? Anybody have a question about what she's meaning? Okay, any Me Too's? 2 Me Too's? 3 Me Too's? 4 Me Too's? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Jim? Anything else on your list on students?
So I put one of the critical issues facing us in achieving the vision would be having students that are fully prepared to exit the system and ready to pursue their dreams.
I'm sorry, say it again. Fully prepared to exit the system and
Pursue their dreams, whatever that is. Whether it's college, whether it's technical, whether it's arts.
okay, may I shorten that to prepared to exit?
You can shorten it all the way down to prepared.
Okay. Everybody understand what he's meaning on that one? That when our students, the critical issue I see with our students in the learning environment is, and once again I'm putting words in your mouth, correct me if I'm wrong, is that I don't see that our students are really and truly prepared for whatever comes next in their life. Okay. Anybody have a similar?
I have prepared for post-high school.
Okay, that's prepared.
Yeah. And I have ready for the future, so.
That's prepared. That's 2. That's 3. That's 4.
I had a 1A and 1B on this one, I guess. And I used the word connected as in connected to the real world. I think it's more related to preparation, as Jim's described it. But for me, it was preparation for life skills and adulting. And the second was preparation for career and profession. And so it's practical connection of the education experience to careers and mentors and those kinds of things.
Okay, so we all heard that. Any question on how that's a slight variation too? Okay, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that was 5 Me Too's. Yes, ma'am. And if your list is up by now, that's cool. Gloria?
That our students are open-minded to the world around us.
Okay, a critical issue that I see that's preventing us from getting to our vision statement is that our students are not open-minded to the world they see.
It again, sorry, Mark. I mean it more in terms of like I guess, and that phrase, it feels a little too negative. And I think I want to say more like, I want them to be exposed to the world around them, rather than
Aware?
aware, yeah.
Which can relate to number 2. I mean, if they are prepared. You want to take it off and hold it up there?
It sounded more like curious to me.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. It's more
Okay.
like,
Okay.
yeah. Because I have the other one, and I might thought that one is different.
Okay, all right. Yeah, curiosity, having healthy curiosity is a good trait. It's not negative.
Right.
It's not condemning. It's curious. I think
Right.
it's curiosity. All right. Any Me Tooism on aware of the world and have a curious predisposition to learn more, to experience more, to get beyond more. 1, 2, 3. All right. Christine?
Social emotional wellness.
Okay. No, I'm just clarifying. So the critical issue I see that's preventing us from getting our vision statement is that our students, for whatever reason, we're not casting blame, for whatever reason, are needing social and emotional support, skills. All right, Christine, do you think that the times we're living in now, the current, has that amplified that crisis? Yeah, that's certainly very true in the literature. All right, any Me Too's on that one? That's a critical issue? 1,
Mine
2,
was-
3,
Mine was emotional skills, so I guess.
4, emotional.
So I think mine is the same, but I want to say it if that's okay, just
sure.
to hear, because it's something I've talked about for a long time on the school board, is I'm concerned about the stressors and the stress that kids are under. And whether that is that unique social media aspect that causes the stressors or what, but I keep hearing not only reading studies about it, but hearing anecdotal things of like, well, my daughter went to go see her heart doctor because she's so stressed about that test that's coming up.
Yeah.
And I don't remember those stories, and studies are kind of showing differences. So I agree with social emotional, but there's something about this, the stress our kids are under too.
Yeah, okay, good. You all right? Anna? Are you exhausted? Your
No.
list done?
Yeah, I'm
Oh, you
good.
got more to do?
What do you mean?
I
You-
mean,
Oh,
anything other than what we
no, we're good.
Okay.
Oh, wait, did you want me to add
Yeah,
something?
if you want to add
Oh,
something. I'm sorry.
I was so confused. I think my new key phrase, I guess, since the last month is access points for our students. There's a lot of access points that are denied for students, and it starts in elementary. And when those access points are denied, it really throws off the whole course of that student's education journey. That was a lot.
Okay, is that access points to their educational opportunities? Anna, do you see that as an equity issue? Oh, yeah. Is it more so an equity issue, or is it more so a communication issue?
I think it's both, though, because, I mean, it depends on the student and also the community of the school as well. So it could be tied to both, I feel like. Because some schools have resources and some schools don't.
Okay. Some parents have resources. some
There's, and
parents do not.
that's how those access points are created, so yeah.
Okay. Nice concept. Anybody? Similar? Me too? One, two, three Me Too's? Man, y'all's lists are long. That's okay. Alexia, what did you have, ma'am? Anything new or different?
So, well, I don't know. I had like soft skills. So,
I'm sorry?
soft skills. So, the soft skills,
Oh, soft.
like do their finances so I don't know if that's like a preparedness or like a driver
Okay,
of their
yeah.
futures. So it was kind of, and what I wrote was soft skills, engaged in learning, driver, not follower. Put all that together, so sorry.
And soft skills can be somewhat here. And soft skills can be somewhat here.
Right.
And soft skills can be, I mean, we're soft skilling everything.
Yeah.
But let's add it. Let's add it. So we don't lose the concept. Okay. Me too's? I think we had a lot of nodding of the heads. All right, Aaron, anything new or different you want to add? I'm sorry, got you with the mouthful.
No, it's my fault. I had one other. The way I described it was critical thinking skills and inquiry-based learning.
Okay, one of the things that's critical issue that I see is the lack of inquiry method.
Right.
Would you rather have critical thinking or?
Yeah, I started with critical thinking skills, but I think inquiry-based learning sort of facilitates that, drives that, enables that. It's probably not the only necessary tool, but
An inquiry might be a little bit here. When we think in terms of using the word curious. It might be a little bit here in what you talked about preparedness. Maybe. Anybody add on any Me Too's on that one? One. All right, two, I'm sorry. Thank you. Or three. Bruce, did you have your hand up? Okay, Bruce, you want to add now. Anything that's not on the list right now?
It's hard to go last.
Do what?
It's difficult to go last with this
know
group. I think ignition, like igniting learning, that really real deep passion for learning.
Okay, so, correct me if I'm wrong, if they've got this, we instill in that, we foster that, we nurture that, that really goes into these two and into these three, perhaps causes those in the first place. It is also here in inquiry. Thirsting to learn is passion driven. How many Me Too's on that one? Okay. Now then, I want you to look at your list on students. Is there anything that's not somewhere already there that you want to add as number 9? We can't ask Bruce to do all of this. We're going to have to prioritize. But I want you to make certain that anything left on your list that has not percolated up has gotten the attention that it deserves.
I just want to make sure we push ownership for learning to the learner.
Say that again, please, sir.
So making sure that responsibility and ownership of the learning is with the learner. It's empowerment, I guess, or...
I like the ownership. Let me write that down. That was the first thing you said. Okay? Is that pretty much what you said? Ownership of the learnings to the learner? All right, anything else we have not, that's not up there?
I think it might be part of 9.
Okay.
But I just want to ask, because I think about student voice. And are we empowering students to talk about what are their needs? And I think that's part of that empowering of ownership of their learning, right, is their voice. But if y'all don't see it that way, let me know.
I kind of took it a step further, like providing a place to have their voice heard, like a safe place. But I didn't know if that would be an appropriate goal.
No, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're getting concepts down, Anna. You're okay. Where do you see that most likely fitting? The student voice, which is a safe space. Or does it fit anywhere at all? Is it a separate standalone all to itself?
Well, to add to that, my last item was students knowing the power of their voice.
Okay. Is that up? You think that's a standalone?
Well, it's some of this, but I do think it may fall into one of the others, or maybe some of the others fall into that one. I'm not sure.
Okay, I just squeezed it in there.
Okay.
On the edge, captured. Okay, we captured all your issues so far. We can come back. We're just trying to generate your list into a master. All right, general catch-all category facilities. It may not necessarily be facilities. It's more directed at our overall learning environment. Who wants to kick us off?
I will. I put a positive environment, and my description was an environment where everyone there believes that every single student can be successful.
I had the same thing, but I also had about the student voice. This is where I thought student voice fit was within facility and staff.
I'm sorry, Jim.
On the last page about student, the power of their voice. Oh, the power of their voice, I'm saying I thought it went here with what Gloria said, as part of what Gloria said.
Are you okay with that? We're moving it to facility side? Because it's learning environment. It's not bricks and mortar.
Yeah, no, I feel like the voice part, I really want that with the student.
Okay.
Student, I can see it fitting like in the context here, but I think it's part of like that positive environment that respects and honors and believes that every student can be successful and every student has a voice.
Okay. So we'll keep that thought in mind as we.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Okay. Who went first? Gloria went first. Christine, you want to go? Oh, I'm sorry. Any Me Too's on this one? Okay.
I have, will meet the needs of all our learners. And in parentheses, I put playground/buildings. So I kind of went the facility
That's fine.
mode on that
That's
one.
fine. That's fine. And I'm going to put all in caps because I think that's what you're driving at when you're talking about playgrounds to science labs. Okay. Me Too's? Meets the needs of all students? All right. You see what we're doing, gang? I'm trying to get you to go to the top of your list because that's the one that came up first. So that's the one you believe in at that time was the most. Anna?
I have staff feeling supportive and safe in their environment, especially with the COVID burnout. So that could be tied. That could go in all directions, I guess.
But I like that. I had that one as my 1, and I went back for 5, and I said I want staff so awesome that everybody wants to recruit them, but they feel so supported they never leave.
And if they never leave, that takes care of retention. All right, Me Too's on staff feeling safe, supported. 1, 2, 3. All right, Alexia, top one.
So mine
If
was,
it's different,
Yeah, mine was utilization of campuses, and what I meant by that was like hands-on learning labs and like thinking of futures programs, like how we educate for this workforce and this career that's not even in place yet, but not the output of sit in a desk all day and work, you know? So just that utilization of campus and kind of revamping how they're used with a hands-on learning environment.
Okay,
Sorry.
you're talking space issues now?
Yeah.
Can I just write space issues and remember she's talking about the flex nature of it?
Can I clarify, is it space or is it style? Is it hands-on style and the requirements for additional space or something along those lines?
Yeah, yeah. Utilization and using it effectively and in a way that allows innovation and.
Is that what you were talking about, Mark? Effective utilization? And you also said style, right? Aaron, I'm sorry.
Well, I was just trying to clarify the core of her item. I'm not trying to lead in any particular direction. I have obviously my own list, but I was just trying to understand what Alexis was raising.
Okay. Do we have it, what you were capturing? All right, me too's?
I'm curious if this would be like in what you're thinking. I put flexible and innovative learning spaces. And
Yeah.
so just, it's kind of like the facilities, but it's not just the facilities. It's kind of the learning space that we've created, whether it be the space in the exact same classroom with no changes to it, but the learning environment that we've created. It's
Or
flexible.
Maybe it's out too late.
Exactly. It would just a flexible and innovative learning space. And I,
And you know, I kind of see some of that in here. I don't know. I was just kind of thinking about, have you understood? So can we say it's in that same area as long as we remember?
that we're talking about the same thing. It's not so much like in terms of space of this building needs to look a certain space, but creating these environments of space to be innovative and to have hands-on learning and to just be flexible, to be able to do whatever is necessary for the best learning outcome,
Whatever that environment happens to be.
whatever that environment has to.
Okay, cool. All right, me too's on that one? Wow. Okay. Where were we? Aaron?
So you may want to help me wordsmith this just a little bit, but, and this is not unique to Leander ISD, but we are seeing it play out in our community in a vivid way in the last few months. The way that I described it was that social activism is dividing and angering community members. And it's part of, or it stems from what folks see in,
First of all, is it here?
well, it certainly involves the community, but it stems from what parents see their children experience in the educational environment.
Okay. Can we flip it then and capture the same concept by just simply saying an inclusive environment?
We can. The challenge with that language is it's been used for very specific purposes for a long time in our district, and that language will gloss over certain parts of our community who think it doesn't apply to them, it applies to other parts of our
Yeah.
community.
The other thems.
Yep.
The other them. For our purposes now, though, are we okay just to put it on our page as inclusive? And that captures the idea, whether we end up with that word or not?
We'll have to redefine how we use that word to do that, but if we're willing to do that, I'm fine with that.
And I have, I'm sorry, go ahead, Trish.
I was just going to say, I would, for community, I have a Me Too with a different take, but it would be under community, so.
Okay,
That's
let's
exactly what I was about
So-
to say.
Let's start flipping back and forth. You got the routine. What is it?
Mine is a inclusive environment.
But I thought environment was the facilities and staff item on the prior page.
It's our supporting environment. It says needs from, with, and for the community.
Which is attitudinal.
Right.
So for me, in the spin on
Okay.
inclusive environment, Aaron's going to have a spin, I think, too. I'd like to hear yours kind of further pulled out. Do you want to do that?
Yeah, well, like
For-
I was saying, for me, this begins, and for many, ends with what occurs in the classroom with their students. What they're asked to read, what activities they're asked to perform, how the language used in the classroom, the topics discussed in the classroom have a particular slant, a particular angle, right? So to me, it was less about community support or community involvement. It's curricular.
Which is the difference.
That's right. That's right. That's not to say it doesn't have community components, because it surely does. But for me, it begins with what occurs in the classroom.
So let's spend a minute and think if we can come up with something for number 5, not use the word inclusive, classroom. I tell you what, let's put inclusive down now so we can go on, knowing that's not the word we want to use, or at least one of us doesn't want to use it.
Sure. Some of the other words that sometimes get used are neutral or non-biased or non-political. I don't know that I love those necessarily, but they could go with that word.
I understand more where you're going when you, I mean, I know you're not there yet, but that helps me understand your direction.
And you know, really and truly, the word safe comes to my mind. Because if it is safe, you have detoxified those words with that saying.
Yeah, I would say neutral or non-biased is really the thrust for me.
Okay, then let's put it. Neutral classroom.
Okay.
Add the word instruction.
Yep.
To
I think I had a little grumpier way of the same thing, and
do what? I'm sorry, Jim?
I said, I think I have a little bit grumpier version of that.
Go ahead.
And if we're talking about in the classroom, I think one of our critical issues facing Leander ISD in terms of reaching our vision is teaching students how to think instead of teaching them what to think.
Okay.
And I don't mean to rewrite Aaron's line, but I think within that comes all of the nuances that so many in our community are either more than happy to talk about at the top of their lungs or deathly afraid to talk about.
I think it's well aligned, and I'm happy to accept an amendment on it.
And if you're teaching how to think as opposed to what to think, you're doing that, and if you're successful, which is hard work, you're doing it in a very neutral setting that feels safe and inclusive without using that lightning rod word. And isn't that a shame it's become a lightning rod word? All right,
I have
let's
a question.
need
Hold on, I have a question.
to... Yeah.
I just want to make sure, like, I don't understand what neutral classroom instruction means. Is that okay to ask? Because I'm hearing this and it sounds like we are afraid of the word inclusion, and that kind of bothers me a little bit.
Not at all.
Not at all afraid of the word. I just know it has expectations or I don't want to use the word baggage there because it's not baggage, right? But
Right, I mean, it needs
has
to include everybody. I guess that's what I'm
expectations.
trying to, because I don't agree with that, like,
For our purposes right now, that's fine, and that's fine.
Right.
For our purposes right now, though, let's just get the concepts out. The ones that, not all of them are going to percolate up to the ones we want to deal with. And if we deal with every one of them right now, we're going to be here for 17 hours. Okay? I beg your pardon, y'all will be here for 17 hours. All right, general idea. General idea. Me Too's on 5 and 6 combined as one. Using the word inclusive if you want to use it. Using the word neutral, using the word unbiased. 2? Okay?
I have it, I just
sorry.
have community, so I'm coming back. So
Well,
yeah.
in the learning environment, I had caring and supportive and non-biased setting.
So you're there.
But what I'm talking about is non-biased is very different than what I believe that Aaron's talking about, non-biased.
yeah,
So
we
I
can
think
get
we're
there.
on polar opposites, but still the same.
We can get there. We can get there. But is the idea, whether it's the same degree to which is the same, captured with what I have written? Whether it's on community or students or learning, you have it there, right, Trish?
Bill, this may be a fun one for you to be wrangling with us through. Yeah, I think there's some different places that we're all kind of percolating and processing right now and trying to figure out where we want to get to. I know we all want to get to better, but there's different ways I think we see necessarily in how. And I think that's coming out a little bit in facilities. For me, it's community, like when I see neutral classroom. My behind the scenes is I went to a school and I visited them and I saw that they were talking about politics and they actually had kiddos doing elections. But they also reached out to their community. They told the parents ahead of time, we're doing this. They talked about the topics. And so it was done in such a healthy manner. I don't know if it was, I think they tried to be neutral, but there was also going to be discussions that would come from that. And so what I really think about as community is, do we educate, do our parents have a voice? Do our guardians have a voice in kind of, okay, what's going on with my kiddo in their classroom and how can I be a part of it? How can I help? And so that's why I think of,
We have it up here, parent voice.
yeah, how they can positively impact the learning environment.
Okay, we'll come back. I wanted to get it while we had it done. So I'm going to add 2 more here to make 6, 7, or 4. Doesn't that sound good if you're just listening? If I knew how to do it. Or it's 5 and 6, wasn't it? Okay, there we go. Now, here's number 7. Anybody have anything else that's not included, captured symbolically, emotionally?
So for me, when we're talking about facilities, really isn't I don't think facilities is the right word for the classroom environment, but how is our learning, or again, critical issues facing LISD in the attainment of our vision is how does our classroom environments and our learning, how does everything that we do align to our graduate profile? Align to our graduate profile.
Okay. Okay.
I think if we answer that, I think a lot of the other questions start
Fall
to.
in. Yeah, and you're talking about the whole enchilada. Okay. All right. Me too isms on that. Aligned. 1, 2, 3. All right. Anybody not have a chance to identify something that may be new or different that's not on the list?
Equipping. And I don't know how to say this where it's not where I'm trying to say, okay, we should buy all the programs that are out there and everybody should have all the books that they need and all the fine arts instruments and musical instruments. I know we need to balance, but it would be nice that if we knew what the needs are, we could figure out how to really equip. How do we equip with the personnel that we need and with the items that we need to do what we need? And I don't, it's just brainstorm. If I could have anything I wanted, I want to be able to equip the campuses. We're doing it. I would just love to be able to do it even more. But that's more of an 87th legislature discussion, so.
Yeah. Unfortunately. Hang on to that, though. Don't lose it.
I had school of choice, and so it's just that, that niche environment that meets that child that kind of has additional learning styles or just where it's that niche, where we have a program that's kind of centralized and it's meeting those niche needs that maybe we couldn't afford to do
Could that be here?
district-wide. Yeah.
Meet the needs of all students?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Keep the concept, though. Don't let's lose the concept of what you're thinking. Yes, sir.
I've got one fairly routine, mundane, plebeian item that is really about facilities. We're a growing district. We don't have facilities today where we're going to need them. And as we're seeing, we may have excess facilities in places where the students used to be. So we have a demographic need for facilities that doesn't match where the students are going to be.
So what we need is appropriate space.
Yes, or space in the right locations.
How's that different from Alexis's, though, of utilization of space?
How's that what?
The different from utilization of space. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what those differences between those two are.
That's part of why I asked Alexis where her item was going, and as I understood it, it was targeted to how the space is used for educational purposes rather than provision of space in the first place, right?
Thank you.
Trish, going back to your point about making sure teachers have what they need, would that be like another access point where you're providing those access point for those teachers to be able to do what they teach and whatnot? I really like access point.
I'll noodle on. I don't think it's that far away from, yeah.
All right, let's do, I captured it as space in the right places. Me too's on that one. Oh, 5, 6. All right, anything else not on the list?
I think it goes with 3, but I want a life changer in every position in the district. So it's not just about them, once they're here, feeling safe and supported, but getting the right people in the right places in the first place.
And you called them life changers?
I call them life changers, yeah.
Okay, we captured that concept.
It's in our core beliefs. It's allowed. You can use that, Bruce.
All right, gang, I hate to break the news to you, and now comes the hard part. Anything else on your page that you don't think is somewhere on one of our 3 pages?
We didn't get to community.
Oh, we didn't get to page 3. We started it, thank you. We didn't finish it. Whew. Then we would look awfully skimpy if I'd pulled them off already, wouldn't I? All right, who wants to go first?
Civil discourse.
Is that number 1? Yeah. We haven't scored 1 or 2 yet. We might start there.
I'm sorry?
You haven't asked for hands on 1 and 2 yet, so.
On these 2? Yeah, I'm still trying to capture the concept that we haven't down there. So let's move to the civil discourse inclusive environment. Not criticizing, not jumping on the word inclusive or off of the word inclusive. Parent voice.
For one of mine, and I don't know really if this goes with 1 or with 2, or maybe with both, I put willingness for the community to collaborate. So it's their voice, their input. It's more
Civil
than
discourse.
right. It's a community collaboration, and so but I don't know if that's 1 or 2 or both.
We're going to put it in between. We don't know either at this point.
Okay.
But I don't want to leave it off the page.
I have,
All right, you got that? I did just jump there. Christine, go ahead.
trust and transparency.
Okay.
And we've talked about this before too, but aware of opportunities?
I'm sorry?
Aware of opportunities? Are parents aware of our opportunity? Are guardians aware of the opportunities that are available?
Okay, let's meet 2, trust and transparency. Aware of opportunities. Wasn't that somewhere over here, didn't we? A little bit of access points, but not. A little bit different. It was the word communication I knew we'd put up once.
But that communication would give the community members or parents access points for their kids.
Yeah, yeah. It goes in there after a comma, doesn't it? All right, anything else on community?
I have something that's very similar to what I put in the learning environment. It starts exactly the same way, a positive supporting environment. A community, an environment that believes in all students and wants all students to be successful.
Can I just use the word support?
Yep.
And that captures all those, perhaps to some degree or another? Okay. Me too's on support?
Sure,
Supporting
yeah.
community?
Bill, we had our core beliefs, right? That's not what we need to, like, do I need to pull from, I mean, we've already adopted as a board our core beliefs. That's not the same thing that we're trying to do here. I just want to make sure we're not, I mean, they're impacted and influenced. I just want to make sure that, okay.
And some of these especially, gang, on this one, these are especially difficult for the school system. Because a lot of these are beyond the scope of what we, the schools, can do. We can be aware of the need to do those, we can be doing those, but whether we're actually getting results on that, maybe beyond us.
Well, and hard to measure too, right?
Yeah, very hard to measure. And what we measure on that, Christine, and thanks for bringing that up, what we measure on that. Oh, my battery died. What we measure on those is, was the plan in place? Did you support the plan? Was everything designed to net the fish we were fishing for? That you didn't take the bait. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like when and I don't want to set a goal for you, but it's like when the board sets the goal, which is a very laudable goal, excuse me, to recruit teachers that look like our students. What we're going to evaluate that as the board is, did the superintendent make the effort that we were expecting to be made? We just simply did not, and that's so geographical, it's not even fun. It's a geographic issue, it's not even fun. Less so here than in other more rural parts of the state. All right, anything else on
Alex?
community?
So mine was really just partnering with our community and establishing those mentor programs. So those businesses and those tech companies and those things that are here, and partnering with them and creating mentoring
Okay.
opportunities.
Partnering? Me too's partnering? All right.
I don't know, it's kind of two things. Collaboration with our cities because of the growth in our area. I think it's important that we keep those lines of communication open. But I know, but I feel like it's almost two things, because you're talking about a mentor program and I'm talking about like our facility planning and long-term like planning when it comes to like our growth and stuff.
We got to be real careful, gang, got to be real careful. We all have the critical issue. We also, just like Anna said, we also have a how. I want to pull us out of the hows. That's him.
Would it be support? Would it fall, do you feel like that's our community supporting?
I mean, I feel like we have like one support from one city now, so I honestly would rather, I'd like to see more conversation. That's just
So
me.
what I'm saying is, do you feel like that would fall under support then? For our,
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay. Civic support. Yeah.
see where you're doing now that we're on the third one, you know, this is the big idea, and all these individual things that we're bringing up are the how to get to the thing,
Yeah,
you
we gotta
know,
be careful
it's,
of that.
and yes, obviously. But I feel like it comes back to a lot of that support and partnership.
Okay. So really, 5 and 6 we kind of see as together, blended. Okay. They got big numbers anyway. Aaron?
I have communication and feedback. On the communication side, there's always a priority on quality and simplicity and consistency. We're using so many different channels to communicate so many different messages. Are we sure that all of our messages are getting to all of the intended recipients? And then from a feedback perspective, are we getting high-quality feedback, and is it being captured and used to improve the system?
And even, is it the right
Yeah.
one to be using?
Yeah.
Just because we're using all these, that doesn't necessarily mean it's the right one to use. Okay.
Does it potentially create fatigue, right? Are we over-communicating
Yeah.
so that important messages don't impact people the way that we want them to?
Remember there was a day game when everyone answered all of their emails? Gone is that day, right? And now I'll get to it tomorrow, which doesn't ever happen. All right, Me Too's on the right kind of communication and utilizing the feedback. Okay.
And Bill, we'll see as we move forward. Part of my challenges in my head as I'm thinking about this, are these things that I think are one and done conversations and we can do tweaks, or are these things that we need our superintendent to really focus some, because at the end, we're only going to boil down to 3. So that's what I was thinking of, is our 4, whatever. I don't know. It's not going to be a 20, right? We're going to narrow that down.
No. And it's not 1 and done, or 3 and done, or 2 and done. It is, nor is it something, Trish, that in all fairness, we as a board want to have a report from the superintendent by the next board meeting. Because this, and I'll just use these as examples, okay? I'm making this stuff up, okay? That's going to take a lot of time to dig into exactly what is the issue. We articulated our desire, dig deep into what is the issue, and then develop the how to address the overall issue. And something like this, really a lot of these, gang, you're talking 2-3 years in the making. And that doesn't mean that this time next year, you erase these and say, okay, those are to the side, let's go on something else. You're going to say, no. We like the way this is going. We like the way this is shaping. Don't lose focus on it. And now, these are some new ones. Okay? Did we exhaust our plate on this one? Okay. Now then, the hard part. Let's take this. You're really, really heavy on the other 2. And I don't know that might not be because that's the order it was taken in. Okay, so kind of discount that a little bit. And let me pull all of these off. I think you can probably see them. Can you, Anna? Okay, cool. I'll leave that one there. Okay, let's take a look at these now. Now we get to the point where we've really got to decide what are the 2, the 3 most pressing critical issues, not that all of them are not good and valued. okay? But it might be that we can really see some of them condensing into the same ones. Or the same general theme is recurring, like it seems like even though this concept was articulated about a community issue, it is wasn't there a, yeah, kind of aware of the world? Yeah, curious. Are there any of those that come out at you as the most critical of the criticals? Across. Or do you want to break it down per sheet? Would that be easier? Okay. And you know, really, Jim, if you take number 2 here, isn't there a lot of this that enables them to be prepared? And I'm sorry, I keep stepping in. No, you can't look through me, dear.
I have 4 kids. I know how to work.
Oh, okay.
I had a thought about parent voice in our community list. I think we're all concerned and interested in some of the tensions and conflict in our community. I think respecting parent voice is maybe a way to help us navigate some of those issues. And as I look at that, it got a lot of support in our Me Too conversation. So for me, that's maybe an anchor around which we can build a number of related efforts.
Aaron and I'd expand on that parent voice and choice, right? Like that we're bringing them alongside and they're understanding the choices that their students are making, and we're not making those choices without them included, right? Like for me, it's, you know, when transitional years are so critical in that choice of activity and the choice of program, and it goes into that ownership of your learning, right? But we're doing that alongside the parents and not without them in the equation.
Alexis, the way you voice that is so important because we are talking about student choice and wanting to empower the learner to make learning choices. But we also need this other component of this parent voice and choice alongside. Otherwise, we kind of get off the teeter-totter here. It doesn't match. So I think there is this parent voice and choice along with our student voice and choice as we're empowering them.
And all of those are designed to ultimately what? Prepare our students.
Well, and prepare them the way that they and their families want to be prepared, right? Through the choices available.
Which comes through with trust and transparency, which, I'll get to you in just a second, which comes back to also enabling you to meet the needs of all with parental voice, which really comes to number 4 also, and the access points, which is number 5. Parent voice is new and different. A lot of what you have you're voicing a lot of the concerns of a lot of the boards across the state of Texas. Parent voice is new and different. And you're saying, Aaron, and others are echoing, that one of the critical issues we have in Leander is an unfortunate disconnect with members of our community for whatever reason that's causing a cauldron almost effect. Sometimes we get close to bubbling over but we're never really calm and cool. Those are my thoughts, and then what I read the paper too. So
I'm going to take it like another step, and I would almost look at it as parent engagement. That is like the key, at least for me as a trustee, is you're engaging that parent, therefore you're educating the parent on the choices that their children is taking, but it's got to be a two-way street. So I like engagement because I feel like if a parent is engaged at every level of their child's education, then a lot of this, the trust, transparency, all falls into place.
my hesitation with engagement, Anna, and I understand the point you're getting at, is I think somebody mentioned it. Where was it? Oh, I see it as kind of almost an access point. I mean, we can engage parents, but you're predicating that on an idea that our parents are wanting and willing to be partnering in the first place.
That's kind of how I feel with the other thing, like the whole parent choice. Like, what if a parent doesn't want to be part of that whole thing? So I kind of feel like the engagement has a bigger piece. The way I'm looking at it is more in regards to their education journey, but also, volunteering at the school, being involved in the community, just being there, which I know can be hard for some parents, but there's different levels of engagement for parents. And I feel like if you give that parent just like that opportunity to feel like they're involved, they're engaged, most importantly, they feel wanted, that opens up that access point for that parent to actually feel welcomed in that community. Because there's parents in our community right now that do not feel safe going and asking for that choice, for the collaboration, for whatever reason, whatever barriers there are. So for me, I'm looking at it more of a bigger picture. What can we do to build those relationships with those parents? And how can we engage them in ways that is going to be beneficial for their children's education?
And I don't disagree with that. I think we have to, as part of engagement, is being able to meet the parents where they're at or where they need to be met.
Bill, our challenge with that is we want to meet the parents where they're at, and our community is a lot like the rest of the country, where 50% of them are on this side and 50% of them are on this side. And so when we say we want parent voice and there's this civil discourse and collaboration, I'm just going to be frank with you. I do feel that there is a population that doesn't feel like their voice is heard, that is afraid to voice their population, but voice their concerns. I feel like they do think that there is a lot of bias in school, all of those things, but our community doesn't agree on who's feeling that way. They both think they're both, I shouldn't say they think, they are feeling a way. I'm not going to discount how anyone feels. And much like how the community is split on this topic, I'd say a lot of people on the board, as we're coming through and putting something together, we're also in that same position as our community. That's a lot, but I was like, we're all the elephant in the room that we're not talking about, so.
It's difficult to get to parent voice, parent engagement, parent relationship when you have a segment of your population that you desperately need that feels as though they are not needed. Yeah. In that regard, parent engagement, parent voice, parent relationships really are kind of fraudulent. You're hearing from the same people you'd always hear from anyway. Okay.
Just one additional aspect on this, Bill. The word that I wrote in my list was parental authority, really emphasizing the role of the parent and respecting the role of the parent in the educational relationship we have with members of our community. So I'm comfortable with the words that are there. I just want to add this to the dialogue in terms of the additional aspects of parent voice that I think are important to us accomplishing this.
Okay. And remember, the most critical thing, thank you, Aaron, most critical thing tonight, once again, is not that we end up with these two words. What's most critical is we hear what some on our board and some are nodding ahead to are saying what's behind those words. And that's the critical thing for Bruce to be picking up on.
I think a slight variation as well for me when I think about this is how do our parents who have our kiddos in the district feel like they have an inroad to positively engage and positively impact? There are going to be some people in our community who are not happy with something, and certainly we've seen outlets of how they can voice that. But what if you don't want to just voice an anger or you're mad at something, but you really want to build something, right? Where's the outlet for our parents who want to build together with our district? And I think as a board and as a district, we're providing more opportunities. But that's kind of what I'm looking for, is that continued relationship building of giving parents opportunities to be able to buy into the learning process where they can, where they want. And to Anna's point, I kind of see it as though, how do you've got these different layers, right? Some parents could be on they could be on DWIC, they could be on CFAC. Some parents can't be on that. But how, I've had some parents say like, okay, well, I really want to talk about this. Do I go talk to my teacher? Or, in middle school, we weren't welcome in like in elementary. It's a different environment. And so how do they find their engagement points? So I'll say points of access because Anna likes that word. But,
Okay,
but it is,
let's move beyond parents. We're getting into the wordsmithing now.
guardians. Or
And
parents.
let's come out of that, and because I think what we're saying at this point, gang, is this concept, in whatever form it ends up looking like, is one of them. Because it deals with community, it deals with student choice, it deals with access points, it deals with student success for all. And that's kind of what I'm picking up from all of what you're saying. Is there another one that can get us to that same point of verbal emotion? Aaron, go ahead.
I was
Your
just
light's
gonna,
green, I can see it.
yeah, I was gonna second Jim's comment from earlier. I do think on the student side, preparedness encapsulates a number of things that I think we all believe are really important. Part of our graduate profile discussion and those things. It is kind of a summative thing. It's the stuff you see at the end of all of the work in terms of preparedness for college or career or adulting. And so there's a lot bundled in there, but there's also a lot of laddered elements that we can investigate. But I think that's really central to our vision for what we want our students to be able to do and accomplish through their educational experience.
Okay, I agree. There's an awful lot bundled into it. But, more than what we have time to try to unbundle.
I agree, because preparedness is good because, when we look at that graduate profile and then their portfolio of accomplishments or whatever they graduate with, whatever that resume that they leave us with, like that product could be incorporated into that, being prepared. And look what I've done through my K through 12 journey here at LISD, and they have a blog or they have a resume or a portfolio of all of their accomplishments.
Okay.
And let me climb on the elephant again for just a second with regard to graduate profile. I think the graduate profile is a place where we as board can put aside all of the individual feelings and I don't want to say agendas because that has a negative connotation to it, but everybody brings their perspective. At the end of the day, and using the recent events that are happening in this district, I think where most of the community gets upset is we have not been able to answer the question, what are our goals and our objectives for a particular program, which is a question we should be asking as a board. Something else we should be asking as a board is how do those goals and objectives impact our graduate profile, which is our summative assessment of how our students exit the system. And then once we have clearly defined those, then we can get into the minutia and task the administration to bring us how we are going to do those things. The things that you bring that say are vital to us meeting our goals and objectives, which will in turn impact our graduate profile. That's where I think the board should be doing the work, not my way or the highway. And talking about the community, I get beat up because I'm playing the middle, which in its own connotation says I'm not supposed to be in the middle. I'm supposed to be all the way one side or the other, black or white, right or wrong. And that's, you can't do that with the diversity that we have in this community, nor can any board do that with the diversity that exists anywhere in this nation. We have to do what's in the best interest of the population that we have, but our job is not to drive, same thing, what they learn versus how they learn. Our job is to establish that vision, which is where we're trying to get, understand what our goals and objectives are to get there, and then bring us how we're going to get there.
Okay. So are we thinking that some form of number 2 is on the same level as number 2 over there?
I'm noodling a bit. I'm thinking about what that looks like in our district, and for me, I'm struggling because I really see connectedness is part of something. We need our students to be connected to the system. They need to be connected to their learning. I see connected as such a big piece. So I'm trying to
which all comes together under the label of prepared.
Well, okay, I don't though. I feel like, I mean, we can get umbrella terms, and we could probably put everything under an umbrella term, and I'll go with that if that's where we end up, and that's fine. I guess I'm seeing it different, and so that's where I'm looking at prepared as more what solutions we provide to a student. And to me, connected seems more interactive. It's more about a relationship. It's more about that student ownership, but us providing, so there's something more and then connect. So I'm noodling through that, that's all.
Yeah, and I understand that, Tricia. Let me caution you in your noodling. When you use the term knowing what solutions we bring, that's his job. That's his job. So I think you can de-noodle that. Unnoodle it.
When we're talking about what our vision is, what we see, I get it. He gets the how and how it looks. But I do wonder, like when you say the word connected, what are we thinking that means? When I think of the word prepared, what am I thinking they mean? And those mean different things in my head. I see them different. Now, how he does it, he may end up doing them both the same way. But I see them, when I'm using those words, I'm seeing them different.
I hear you. I do think they're distinct. Right? Aaron, hit your button. I pushed the button, but apparently I can only raise my hand.
Okay, I think I'm speaking now. All right. I hear you, and I think they are distinct. As I look at our list, I think number 1 and number 8 are maybe connected. The passion for learning ties into or is derivative of being connected to your learning and feeling an ownership of your learning and those kinds of things. And so I think that's a little bit more of how, maybe it's even environment. Maybe it really goes to facilities and those kinds of conversations in terms of how we enable students to feel that connection. So I think they are different. For me, I see the connection and the passion and tapping into that as maybe a vehicle to accomplish ultimately the objective of the preparedness. So
If they've got the passion.
yeah, if I had to prioritize, I would say the preparedness is the ultimate goal. Passion ideally is connected with it, but even if the passion were lacking, if the preparedness were there, I would expect the passion to come eventually as the student continues to be exposed to more of the world.
Okay, let me try something on you, gang, for the sake of time. And I don't want to rush us, but I want us to end someplace where we are moderately satisfied. And I'm going to cheat a little bit. I think sometimes it's easier to do the wordsmithing part of it if you start off with a stem. Okay, so our STEM is LISD has or is ... Number one. And the rest of this is has or is. It can either be community or is a district or whatever. That can come later, but doesn't do any good to use a marker that's running out, does it? The LT. Okay, try that on just, not as the finished product, but just as a starting point to kind of finesse this. Leander ISD is a district that has parent voice felt through their engagement, collaboration, and relationships. Implied in that, to me, is trust, transparency. They're not going to collaborate if they don't trust. They're not going to engage in relationships if they don't see transparency in it. Not grab Anna, go ahead.
I was just going to say they feel safe in their community, because if they're willing to be engaged, then we've created a opportunity for them.
Yeah, if they're engaged, you've created the opportunity. You got a good point. In other words, I'm wondering if my 3 words capture a whole bunch of what's here and an awful lot of what you've said. Okay, then let me try the other one. I'm not finished. Not finished. I just want to take it on a roll.
Bill, can I ask you a
Oh,
favor?
no, there goes my roll.
I know, sorry. That paper right there for the third one, will you stick it on that table? Because I wanted to look at that one as we were talking about that.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, thank you. Get back on that roll.
And you know, gang, we have to realize that this is kind of a work in progress, you know, but we've got to reach an understanding that even though it's not ideally perfect, we've got to have something, otherwise it will drag on and on and on, like other things in the history of this district before it, not mentioned, that become counterproductive, okay? Which is why I thank the good Lord, these are only your goals for 12, 15 months anyway. All right, number 2, students, preparedness is a district that has students whose passion for learning is manifest in the graduate profile. What else? And their preparation. That's different from this.
About whose passion for learning prepares them to meet the graduate profile.
Okay, yeah.
are we talking about the graduate profile we're working on now or the one that existed?
I would hope it would be the one we're working on now.
Because, I mean, yeah, I would hope, because like, and this is just speaking to a certain population, but like, I personally don't feel like the graduate profile we have now reflects some of our population of students. So you have some students on a 5-year plan, and, you know, they see this, there's 2 different profiles for certain students, and I feel like I have one of those children, they see this, and they're like, well, this doesn't apply to me, where do I fit in my district? But if we're using the graduate profile we are working on now, I can get behind that, because I feel like it's more inclusive.
I think that's an ambition or a goal. If you want it to, then you've got to identify the profile to the way by which you want it to read.
Right, and when I say, just so we're clear, when I'm talking about the graduate profile, I'm not talking about a particular document per se, I'm talking about the concept of, that's why we're all here, is to prepare students to meet that graduate profile.
Oh, right here.
Knowing that the graduate profile will be, yeah,
Yeah, academics, character development, communication, effective, productive, lifelong learning, personal growth and expression, social awareness and contribution, and stewardship,
yeah.
which are conceptuals.
However, to Anna's point, it does leave room, or it excludes, in my opinion, and there's room to be a little bit more inclusive and welcoming. Yeah. But my point being is, whatever we say, this is how we want our students to be prepared. That is our graduate profile. That is our end state.
Okay. Does the wording that I have so far on number 2 address the concerns, the concepts,
It does for me with that clarification that you added, that graduate profile is, we make that what, right? And I mean, I'm looking at them because they're working very hard on that graduate profile. Yeah. But we, you know, of course, we have our input in there. So I think a lot, when we brainstormed and talked about the graduate profile and what was important for us, a lot of those same concepts that we're talking about, that after piece, right? That real world, that all those pieces were in there. And so I absolutely can get behind it once I wrap my head that it's this thing that we're creating that it addresses a lot of those things. So.
Okay. Okay. We're okay? All right, remember you have 3 already. All right? Think about, before we add a 3rd to this, which we certainly can, think about, has the conversation tonight been adequate enough? Maybe this is a question directed to Bruce. Has the conversation been adequate enough for you to get a pretty good grasp of what they're talking about in number 1?
I want to throw something in there before you answer that. You know, as I look at those 2 like that, one of the things strikes me is parent voice. And I always think, okay, everything we do here is student focus and for students. And so, yes, that parent voice is very important, and we know that this is where we're struggling right now. But I feel like we're not saying student voice when we need to make sure that student voice, and maybe that's part of the graduate profile. I don't know. That's just something, as I look at it like that just kind of bothers me.
And remember, what is above 1, 2, and 3 is a goal on student learning, student learning, student learning.
Right, the 3 state ones, right?
Uh-huh. But I appreciate your...
But those are different types of skills than this, like feeling their voice. Because ultimately, that's what's, like, one of the things that's most important to me is students knowing that power of their voice, right? And valuing their voice. And so, I don't know. I hate to throw a wrench in things, but that's just, as I look at that, that's something that stands out to me is, are we honoring student voice?
That's a good point, but does student voice And I almost think it fits in number 2, if they have a passion for learning and we have properly prepared them according to whatever our graduate profile ultimately looks like. Does that include that we have enabled them to find their voice, or is that something that is its own separate? I could go either way with that, quite
What about
honestly.
if you inserted right here, student whose voice expressed their passion for learning met in the graduate program?
No,
No?
no.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fix it either.
Do you think it would fit as its own, as a number 3? Because
No, not really. I don't know if it's parent and student voice.
Gloria, I was also thinking, and I don't know if this is the same area, so I'll keep thinking about where we talk about they're owning their own learning, and that's part of their voice as well. But
No,
you're seeing this as something separate as far as that. And-
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're talking that I have a voice, but because of, and I'll use the word environment that you have created for me, I feel powerful enough to use my voice.
Right. Or the contrary, I don't really think my voice is important.
Yeah.
I don't want to share because no one values my voice. And the opposite being exactly that. My voice is important and I can use it for relationships and collaboration and engagement, and I'm empowered by using my voice and advocating or doing whatever I've got to do for myself. I'm using my voice. I guess a lot of it is that
Okay, I think that's a valid point. And I think what we want to do is, because we're kind of at a stuck point, we all kind of see it, but don't see where it goes. Maybe that's one of those things that as it evolves, and Bruce is picking up on this, that he makes a special effort to include student voice, even though the verbiage is not there.
And it very well could fit in that graduate profile somehow, in some concept or another.
I wonder if, number 1 is being driven by current circumstances that we find ourselves deep in the middle of. And in order to, so it's very specific, which for me is problematic. And I'd like to try to broaden it and perhaps solve the problem of voice. So I think LISD should be, as an entity and organization, listens to and responds to parent voice, student voice, community voice, staff voice. Because it seems to me that what I keep hearing coming back through this item is that we're paying attention to what's happening everywhere and responding to it because we care about it.
So would this be our LISD family?
Yeah. So one of the things I was going to say is that in number 2, you have student whose passion for learning prepares them to meet the graduate profile and also allows them to find and celebrate their voice. Does that get closer, Gloria? No?
Not really. I think Bruce has a valid point, because I did put, I wrote down something about parent voice, and then once I saw it up there, it's like, wait, student voice, that's what's at the heart of what we do. But I do think I wrote down parent voice because I'm very much in this mindset of what's happening in our community right now. And that parent voice is important, but student voice and community voice is also. So I like what you said there.
Well, I want to push back just a little bit on current situation as it relates to parent voice. Yes, we have a current situation that relates to parent voice, but we also had situation that related to parent voice with hazardous routes, with redistricting, with any number of, this is a perennial problem when we're talking about engaging our parents in understanding what their wants and needs, hopes and dreams are. It's not related to just the current situation. In 5 years, there are 2 or 3 items that come up every year where a large section of our population lets us know that we've missed the mark. So to me, I think parent voice is not just the topic of the moment, but it is a topic that is a perennial concern.
So not to say it's always going to be ongoing, just like student voice should always be there, ongoing. I think I wrote parent voice because right now we're in the midst of one of these issues, and there will be another one, and there will be another, and there will be another. So I'm not saying that, oh, I only wrote this because this is like our once-in-a-lifetime parent community situation. But it was top of mind to me, when I think about voice for empowerment and engagement and collaboration, relationships, the first thing I think of is students and student voice. And so I like something more broad, that is that we're listening to the students, we're listening to our parents and staff. And so that's where I'm going with that. Sorry.
Yeah, so just a comment on the proposals to expand number one beyond parent voice. I would not be supportive of that direction. Let me try and explain why. As others have said, we do have a moment where parent voice is at the fore. And it's not just in our district. And if we don't address it effectively now, it's not going to go away. And I don't want to be, hyperbolic, but I think there are a number of parents in our community who, if they feel like their voice is not heard, are going to be proactively looking for places to put their kids that are not LISD. If we don't take that for the seriousness with which they feel those passions, and if we don't respond accordingly, we're going to have a whole other demographic issue. And so that's the demographic angle. There's also a human angle, which is we all deserve to be respected, heard, and appreciated. And if that's really one of our core values, we got to figure out how to navigate some of the big gaps and deltas that exist between the members of our community, how to respect the opinions of people who disagree with us. What we do when a community becomes highly divided, when the gulf between two poles is dramatic and we're split down the middle, half of us want one and half of us want the other. What do? Do we cut the baby in half, or do we force half of our community to go with the 51%? What do we do in those situations? We've got to navigate those things with our parents and with our community, or we're going to reap the consequences of not doing it. So for me, in this moment, for the next 12 to 15 months, which I take to be sort of the span for this objective, to me, this is really important to our community. And so I would be opposed to trying to expand the language for number one, because I think it then mutes and waters down what I think is a really critical issue for our community.
So I absolutely agree with that, with one small caveat. And I don't think that our community is 50% all the way over to one side and 50% all the way over to the other. I think there's probably 50 or 60% that are the silent majority in the center that feel like they don't have a voice either, because all of the loudest voices are coming from either end of the room. So,
yeah.
But to your point,
I don't disagree, and I don't know what the numbers are. I don't know that any of us does.
Right.
The question is hypothetical in the sense that what do we do when there's a division and a large minority who feels like they're not being heard or respected?
Right. I think to get back out to the critical issue is you're saying that for good, bad, or indifferent, LISD has not made a good enough effort to maintain appropriate levels of parent voice. That's the critical issue.
So I'm just going to speak on my experience. I kind of disagree, and I feel like it's our job as Board of Trustees to help guide this conversation. And I'm just going to use my example when, special education. Y'all know how passionate I am about that and what I did, and I will say it on the record. I would throw LASD under the bus at the Capitol. I had no problem. But I realized that I couldn't get anything done unless I started talking to my Board of Trustees and finding ways and solutions that would make this a better place for all students. And so I didn't feel like my voice was heard. I mean, for 3-4 years, and I got louder and louder. And it's true, the loudest voice gets what they want. But what it took for me to remove my own biases and to work and contact our board of trustees and also our admin. So I'm torn because I am a parent that was the loudest voice, and I was successfully able to advocate for these students, but I had to do that by building relationships and not going on the negative end, but also I had to build relationships with these board of trustees, and I feel like that is our job as a trustee, is to not to get into those weeds and start to doing this division. I can't stand it. I mean, Aaron, you're right. It's crazy right now. This environment's crazy. But I'm going to be real with you. Like, there's a lot of those individuals on that side who I'm friends with, and, we're totally fine, and though we might disagree, but at the end of the day, like, I feel like it's our job. Our job as trustees to be a leader in the community, so that way we do empower our parents' voice, but at the same time, like, we got to lead by example. That's just mine. And again, that's just what I've lived through as a parent and now as a trustee, and that's it.
Okay, thank you.
I want to add, Aaron, I think I agree with you. I think I was thinking of this in like more than that 12, 15 months. And so if it's a focus, I'm starting to think like our graduate profile and things. But right now, yes, I absolutely believe that there's a lot of parents that don't feel engaged and that their voice is being heard. And they want to leave the school district because of it, and they want to do different things. And I'm sure I'm hearing all one side, and we have other board members that are hearing another side. Regardless of what side, we need to do a better job of collaborating with them, engaging them, and building relationships. And so, and I do think, I want it to be student voice and community voice, but right now, if you know how the way you were saying it earlier, the problem, LISD, when you would turn this around, it really is the parent piece. So I can get behind that. You're right. I mean, it's 12 to 15 months. It's not the overarching mission goal of our district, right? And so, right, that's where I think I was getting caught up in. So,
I was a loud voice too before I got on the board.
Look, go ahead, Anna.
But this is getting into the weeds because I do feel like a parent's voice is very powerful. I mean, we need that engagement piece. So I don't know where I stand on this.
Okay, you don't have to tonight. This is not a decision making. This is a conversation point. Let's go to number 2. I think I'm hearing that what I will do, gang, is I will take all of this. I will wordsmith it some more, send it to the board president, send it to the superintendent, who will then in turn get it to y'all. And at some point soon, it needs to come up for an adoption item. Keep in mind the conversation we've had is more important and more valued than is that one word in there that I wanted, or is that one word in there that I did not want?
So if I may, I have a concern about number 2.
Okay.
Maybe one or more of you all can make me feel better about it, but the way that it's written, it's all on the student. And I look at it and I'm like, well, what's my job? What's his job? How do we flip that so that we actually have something to do, or we know what we're supposed to do so that students feel the passion, or so that they become prepared and achieve at the levels that we want them to achieve? I just feel like the way we've written it, it's all on the student, and I don't feel comfortable with that.
I felt like it should be like, we empower students
What about
to, or something. Like, I felt like there was something missing in front of it. Like, we need to do something to instill that passion for learning and all that. So I was feeling some of that. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I think that's it. Maybe it's we create the environment where students' passions drive them to prepare themselves or something along those lines, right?
Needs to be back on what we're doing though, right?
All right, that's kind of jumbled up, but maybe let me throw this out just for starters. LSD has students produces whatever. Students' learning environment creates their passion for learning met in the graduate profile. In other words, put that concept of here's the onus, not on the birthing process, but rather on what we're all about, which is the learning environment, which it captures staff, it captures teachers, it captures administration, it captures, someone said creative learning spaces at some point. It creates the appropriate facilities. Are we overcrowded? Whether you like the words or not, that's
Yeah.
the concept, right?
I'm comfortable leaving it to future wordsmithing, but I think it's important to frame it that way, right? So if we
I think so
take
too.
that note away, we can talk about exactly the
Yeah.
order of the words and the words we choose, but
It's more like the onus is on the district to provide and let the student
Benefit
take,
from.
correct.
that's right.
Okay. Yeah, good point. Good thinking. You see, we wouldn't have gotten there had we not really worked on it. But you're right, and it's one of those things that when someone points it out, you're right. How did we miss that? How did we miss that? Okay, cool.
So do we have room to add another item to this list?
Sure,
Or
if you
discuss
want
another
to.
item for the list?
Sure you can.
I think given growth and facilities and bond planning and those sorts of things, we do have a current need in the next 12 to 15 months to talk about accomplishing some of those objectives. What that looks like, I mean, we've got a couple of items in our facilities list related to this around providing space, using space, those kinds of things. But I think that is a pretty important thing to do while we're in the process of flying the plane.
Help me balance this out. I'm just trying to think, like, okay, but I also think it's important that we have community buy-in when we ask for bonds, and then if we do pass the bonds, then we need to be responsible with the dollars. So I'm trying to understand, like, this is almost like, to me, like, it should be breathing, like we should be doing this. How is this like a, as we said, like a critical issue that isn't already addressed, or is something different, or help me understand the fine tuning in here I'm missing?
Yeah, the critical issue is that it's a space issue. Not necessarily current, but anticipating growth, okay? That's the what. What the board wants to guarantee is that the district has appropriate educational space.
So when I think about critical issues, how do you help me process how I prioritize? Because in the back of my head, I'm going back to our life changers, what we were talking about, how do we support them? I mean, if we don't have teachers in our classroom, how are we going to teach the kids? And so I'm thinking, okay, how do I weigh that out then? Like,
And I see the life changers in this, in the learning environment.
well, wouldn't our spaces also be in the learning environment?
I'm sorry?
So wouldn't our facilities also be in the learning
Yeah,
environment?
but this is talking, to me, I see this as talking about that what we're doing within those walls
So
is
what,
creating that passion for learning. This one, I think Aaron's getting at is we need to look at some kind of plan for additional walls. Now, time out. Don't make the mistake of immediately jumping to a bond election.
so
That
I,
may not be the how.
so I think where we're going is, number one is, I had the word and I lost it, but being mindful of our community. Number two is being mindful of our students and why we're here. And number three is being mindful of the district as a whole, growth and we have to manage our resource. We have to manage our district, whether it's growth or if it's a declination, right?
I have to remember to move my mic before I turn it on because of the noise it's making. Yeah, for me, I think about what happens if we don't address this in the next 12 to 15 months, and what problems does it create? And for me, this is a fairly sizable one given our demographic report, right?
I think
So
something else, Aaron, let me interrupt just a second. I have a friend of mine out in California who is an investment banker, and he's really tapped into the Chinese investments. Are you aware of what China is talking about? This sounds so far-fetched, y'all. Chinese investments in China, the number 2 best American investment location, Leander, Texas.
Great.
The second most favorable investment location in Chinese economic reports is Leander, Texas.
They're coming.
Now, don't ask me how to defend that. He called and asked me if I knew where this town Leander was. I said, well, funny you should mention that. I do. So that's exciting and perhaps scary at the same time. I don't know.
I agree with Aaron. Are you done talking? Sorry. No, I agree with him because looking at our early childhood facility plans that we have, a lot of the facility hubs or centers are in the north side where a lot of our campuses are already overpopulated. And so this is, for me, I mean, this will affect my family, but not only that, where all the growth is. I mean, if we don't have the spaces for our students to feel comfortable, but not only that, being able to give them that, I don't want to say one-on-one time, but being in a class with 1 to 17 versus 1 to 27 is a huge difference and really impacts our students' learning, but also the morale and the teachers as well. So I honestly would, and this is me personally, that to me is like number 1 for me because I feel like that sets the tone. It'll impact our district in many ways for years to come.
And what I think is behind number 3 is you're asking the staff to develop some kind of a plan, whether it is a bond election in X number of months or whether it's not. It's that you want some responsibility over governing your future.
But Bill, because I'm still trying to figure out how this fits in it, because we've already started this process, right? So we already have a CFAC, we already have the Citizens Facility Advisory Committee that's meeting, that's talking about our space. And then they're going to come back to us with a suggestion of whether or not they go to bond. So that's already something in place. This you see, do you still put this in place even though we've already started it?
I hear what you're saying. You're saying the goal is already being done without it being called a goal.
Yeah, and I would say that's true of many of the things on our lists, right? I'm just proposing it here for prioritization purposes because I think it has that much significance attached to it. Like I say, the impact of not doing this or not doing this well over the next 12 to 15 months is significant. And so for me, I'm proposing to elevate it in terms of priority to this list.
And Aaron, I agree. I'm wondering if we would be open to adding on to this one by saying something of, with partnering with our communities and so that way we're bringing in the school of choice conversration and we're bringing in some of these niche
Then we're
markets.
getting
I don't want to
into
get too into the weeds, but
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just
in the
saying that
how.
I think that is.
partnering with the community kind of leaves that open-ended enough.
Yeah, I completely agree, Alexis.
Yeah. And I also think that number 3, to Tricia's point, we're in the middle of it now, right? But if we don't keep our eye on this ball, you don't want to get 12 to 15 months behind managing 200 square miles of a district. You don't want to get behind on that. So this is something, to me, is perennial.
And I think a critical concept to be aware of, Jim, is there are too many competitors around you. You know? And if you don't have a place for me to live, I'll find some other place.
Bingo.
If you don't have a place for me to have my kids in school, I'm going to have to find another place.
Just to chime on this whole conversation, I guess the way I'm looking at it, we do have like the CFAC and all these potential, all these committees, but that's not a done deal. Like, I want to start thinking, what if the committee comes back and we do have to push it a year back? I mean, that's, for me, I'm thinking of all the programs and the visions that we've want as a board and how that is really going to really play into this right here. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it.
And I might be thinking too far ahead. I'm thinking part of my brain is going to that evaluation process. When we get into that room, And it's like, well, yes, of course we did the CFAC. We already knew that. What we meant was Bruce to do something different. Or, I mean, I'm wondering how this
Right.
ends up shaking out in conversation. Is this, I just want it to be clear, so it's not some type of got you of, yeah, we did all those things, but not this. And I'm trying to understand how this looks in that evaluation discussion for 1, 2, and 3, but for 3 particularly, because we already started the CFAC. So what happens when they come to us and give us a plan, right? Then are we going to say Bruce did what he needed to do? Are we going to say he didn't do what he needed to do? How do we rate him on that when that's the CFAC committee giving us the recommendation? So I'm just trying to figure that out.
Well,
Yeah,
I think Trish, and I'm thinking down the road, once again, that meeting in the upper chamber, what you can evaluate on is, okay, we got the committee, they made the report. What was done after that? What was done after that is beyond the scope of the committee. Committee work is done when they give you the report, right?
Yeah, but is that measurable to him? I guess that's where I'm struggling with it too, is it measurable to Dr. Gearing? Is it something we can say, he did X, Y, Z, or he didn't do X, Y, Z? And if it's not laid out specifically here, does that make a moment of, well, that's not what we meant?
Are we just all on the same page of that, right? If we're all talking in different thoughts on what we think that means.
I think a lot of it has to do with what's in that report when it comes out. You're right, you're already you're already downstream some. But what's critical is what happens to it afterwards. That's where you will see his handprint. That's where he can come back and say, based on the report, we plan to do X, Y, Z. Yeah.
And I almost feel like I don't know if I can say this, but we're almost he's already kind of doing this already. We've got the potential for virtual learning that came before us, and also the early childhood vision that his team came up with. So I feel like we're getting there on this, but it doesn't address the entire population of LASD, I guess. I feel like there's already opportunities where Dr. Gearing is already making this happen in regards to utilizing space, but I mean, I feel like it could just be a little more, and I think there's different ways we could evaluate that. That's just how I feel.
So-
And to Aaron's point, I think he's also saying is by making it a goal, you're lending some heavyweight to the expectation that this report is something that you can take and run with.
Yeah, and I would say it's not just the CFAC. CFAC is just one piece, right? But we've got to look at future utilization of our current facilities and, what that means for zoning, what that means for special programs, what that means for schools of choice and all those sorts of things. We've got to have some material discussions about schools of choice and what that becomes, because that definitely is going to influence our planning. And so for me, this is kind of a master plan for space that incorporates all of those different things. And I agree, we are already on this path, but I think there are a number of expectations that are embedded in it that we want to make explicit. We want to communicate to Dr. Gearing. I didn't expect that we were going to actually bullet all of those items tonight necessarily, but we have a lot of the discussion going on here that I think will fuel that, just like with all the other goals. I think we have concepts and we have dialogue, and that will lead to production of the written goal, right? This is not unlike one of the goals from a year ago, which was around the budget process, right? That goal suggested that we would go through a new, revised, updated budgeting process that would cause all of us as board members to feel comfortable with the adoption of the budget at the end of that process. So this is, in my mind, kind of a similar expectation for a process related to this objective.
And if I'm going back to looking at our clock on the wall, and to your point earlier, Bruce is going to come to the board because he's the doer. We're the vision, he's the doer. He's going to say, here's what I'm going to propose that we do, and then we're going to say, can we get it done? Yes, we can. Do we have enough money? Yes, do we have enough then go do it. And then that's what we're going to measure. Did we do it or did we not? So I agree with Aaron. This is a broad visionary goal. We have to be mindful of this every 12 to 15 months, but it then becomes the superintendent to advise us on what that looks like in this year. Do we need to worry about building a space lab? No, that's probably 20 years down the road, but what we need to work on this year, Jim, is this. Okay, do you have a plan for it? Yes. Do we have the resources? Yes. All right, let's do it then. And then we'll measure what the effectiveness was of reaching that goal.
That's the reason I was pulling us back from immediately jumping into a bond election. There may be other ways to accomplish this for now, realizing somewhere down the road it's going to happen. Okay? Gang, I'm very mindful of your time. You have another 3 hours after I'm finished. And I've got one more little piece. Madam President, that's okay? Are we satisfied with the 3 goals that you have, regardless of how they...
Can we get input, though, from the superintendent, or does he have more questions?
Yeah, thank you, Trish. Valuable partner of the team.
So I heard, and I don't want to oversimplify, but I heard keep parents happy, keep students learning and achieving, and manage the growth.
I think that's pretty much the synopsis.
I know you need to leave, but it kind of bothers me that we don't have anything about our educators in this at all. And I don't know where they would, I don't know. Number 2, I feel like the average, I don't know, when I read that, I see that more as a student. And I feel like if we're going to include educators, I like to see it wordsmith a little better. I just, especially right now with the COVID burnout, like.
I'm making note of that.
No, you're good. When I read that, I feel like that's more student focus. And yes, it does give a nod, but I just don't know. I don't see it when I read that.
Okay, let me see what I can mess around with. Thank you. Yeah, let me see what I can do.
Well, I think the point that I'm thinking about is, we've got a substitute service we're trying to utilize. We've got teachers we're needing to onboard. We've got COVID that's impacted your workforce. I mean, there's a lot. So how are we recruiting and retaining our staff, our life changers, as we say? So.
All right, you ready to move to the last 20 minutes? All right, let's pull out real quickly, gang. Let's pull out the superintendent evaluation that was handed to you. It should be in your packet. If I can remember to hit the green button now, y'all were so good and I got sloppy. You're looking at the instrument that y'all have used, correct, Madam President? I just want to kind of show you where the work that you did will plug in to this instrument. The first page is general information and instruction that you're very, very familiar with. Second page, starting with part 1, that is where you're going to find the report of your student academic success. Okay? That is really provided by you by staff. Look at the back of that page where it says part 2, key performance indicators. That's where you're going to plug in the 6 goals that you have. The 3 House Bill 3 goals, and then the 3 that you have conceptualized tonight. Okay? This will be done by your staff at the same time they complete part 1, the report on the student academics. Okay? Remember, I told you one of the differences between goals that the statute talks about and goals in other places is the goals that you conceptualize tonight are required by law to be part of the evaluation. So that makes the broad distinction between those.
I'm sorry, Bill, To clarify, for HB3 goals, are we going to be rating those on the scales of exceptional or proficient?
You could. I would suggest that you would do that.
Okay.
That allows you the leeway, Trish, to understand we're still dealing with the unknowns and still dealing with unknown as far as what benchmarking is going to be allowed, encouraged, discouraged, any of those things. Which is why I think, Trish, really and truly, probably a year away from feeling comfortable with this. Let's get a year away from COVID-19 and have somewhat of a normal school year where we're not 5.5 months behind in the academic preparation of our kids. Does that help? Okay, then look at part 3. This is the part, gang, starts educational leadership. It has all those subtopics, and then A and B underneath each of those. This is the part that is oftentimes the most misunderstood part of the evaluation instrument, in that boards too often think that they are required to take all of those, and that's not the case at all. The plan is for boards to pick the areas that are critical for that cycle and delete the ones that are not critical for that cycle. It may be that you end up with 2 that are critical for this cycle. Yeah, Trish?
So Bill, in addition to the 3, you're saying when we go through A, B, and C, we would pick the things that we think as a board are critical for A, B, and C, in addition to that, and HB3.
You would go through part 3 and pick the alphas that are critical. Not supplant the written A, B, C, but just delete what's in A, B, or C. Does that help? You're lost, I can tell by the...
So the bullet, what I'm hearing you say is the bullet points that are beneath A, B, and C.
You could actually delete all of A.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So under educational leadership, there's A, B, and C. And we would choose for a cycle whether we want to keep any or some of those 3 items.
Right. Whether you want to keep A, keep B, keep C, keep A and B, keep A, whatever. Or delete all. Delete all.
Do you propose we get a list to Donna then from this, or how do we proceed to do that? Yeah.
I think you, maybe a little bit brain dead, but I'm gonna give it a try anyway. I think you go from right now, Trish, I think you go from what you, the board, believes to be an area of concern that was not captured in a goal.
So I want to provide a suggestion or clarification. So there's 3 sections. There's educational leadership, district management, and then board and community relations, and they all have A, B, C. And so I'm going to throw Sarah under the bus. But maybe we could all do one of those wordsmithing activities where we cross out or we star what we want to keep, and then she could come back with things that we kept as a suggestion. Or we can do it one of 2 ways. We can star what we want to keep, or we can cross off what we don't think is important and critical. And then maybe she could merge that for us.
Yeah, let me help you, Alex, just a second. I don't want us to think in terms of, quote, what's important, because it's all important.
Right.
What we want to think about is there an area where we personally think there is a current deficiency?
Okay.
If there's not a deficiency, it can come off the list.
And not a deficiency that we didn't address in
Yeah.
those 3, because
Yeah.
my eyes went to one, and I was like, oh, this one. Oh, but that's basically
Yeah.
because of that, so.
Yeah. What this is designed to do, let me help you out. What this is designed to do, gang, historically speaking, superintendent evaluation instruments have gone in a variety of different ways. Not instrument, but process. Some superintendents, present company excluded, have bombarded boards with mountains of material and data, knowing you're not going to read it all, but believing the bigger the stack, the more impressed they'll be, the smoother it'll go. And that's not it at all. Remember, this document is a planning document. It's not a fireable document, okay? It's a help us get better in what we're doing, which is why you want to look at it at, if it's not a critical issue, that doesn't mean I don't have passion for it or concern for it, but if it's not a critical issue, take it off the list. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a superintendent evaluation instrument that's going to require hours of staff time to develop, and a hope and a prayer that you as board members will read half of it. So let's make it usable for you, absolutely usable for you.
Dr. Gehring, can Sarah get that out to us so we can, okay. I can't see if you look like a deer in the headlights or if you're okay with the suggestion, because I think that would help us tremendously. Thank you.
All right, so what did you, I'm confused as to what did you decide you wanted to do with them?
So are we doing that exercise right now?
No, not right now, but Sarah and I will manage that and make sure it gets done.
I like the framework here allows us to, like to Anna's point earlier, talking about how she didn't see a whole lot of staff and educators, life changers, in our 3 that we came up with because we were very student-centered. But there's a lot more staff, and
Yeah.
So I think it's a good marriage of the two.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense to me.
And I think the one that comes to mind, or a couple that come to mind initially in the how you can streamline the process and make it easier, more meaningful for the board, is the one on under fiscal management. Okay, if that's not a critical issue, and I'm not meaning that finances are not critical. I'm not meaning that. I'm meaning more specifically, if you have in the last 5 years experienced a threat or a run on financial bankruptcy, then fiscal management is a concern. It's a deficiency. On the other hand, if you have not, that's probably one that can come off the board. Board relationships. If that's not a concern, I'm not saying whether you like Bruce or don't like Bruce. I'm saying, is he doing the job in relationship with the board that he's supposed to be doing? Then it comes off the list. But you're right, though, Gloria. There's an awful lot of Christine, I'm sorry, awful lot of teacher and staff, instructional staff involved in it. And your community relations, you covered. That last one, B, can come off the list. That's a goal. I think it's a real fast process that you can whittle it down and make it usable.
We can give it, if you have it tonight, give it to Sarah as you're leaving, and then she can just reach out to you. That would actually make it go quick.
I'm happy to entertain any questions in the last minutes that we have, Trish. Anything you're unclear of? Ma'am, I get this feeling in looking at your eyes that you're not really.
No, it's questions.
Yeah, okay.
I always get questions. Bruce loves that. And is probably very used to that. So there are a couple of things I'm thinking about is like, okay, so how this process runs, there's a 3 scale in here. Did we change that scale? So I'm trying to remember what our scale was. Was it a 5-point that we went back? Or are we okay with the 3-point as a board? Because those are the types of things that can sometimes halt the progress, a discussion of a plan, and then all of a sudden you're down in the weeds trying to figure out too much at the last minute. So I'd just like to draw y'all's attention to that, make sure we're okay with that, and that we all understand what this evaluation process might then look like when we get there, right? And then I'm thinking about the clock, and there's a governance core book talks about there's this balance we're going to evaluate the superintendent, we also have a job on us. We have to read the materials. We have to be engaged and reach out when we have questions. There's an evaluation prospect on us as well. And so how do we when does our evaluation, when's a good time? So I'm thinking of timing. So that's what you see is all the questions going.
Tricia, let me answer that then. In my opinion, I think it's always good for the board to evaluate itself the month before you evaluate the superintendent. For one, you have a jump start on retrospective thinking. It also, I think, puts the board in the mood to think, did we do everything humanly possible to make it work? Or did we behave so badly, the superintendent could not do his work? Therefore, the monkey's on us as a board. So, but you're right. Then that's an evaluation a lot of boards skip, is their own self-evaluation. All right, board, you got a total of 6 goals. You got 3 that are mandated by the state, scripted by the state, with the exception of the fill in the blanks. Those, remember, your 5-year goals. Those are the goals that the numbers can change, allowable in the law for those numbers to change. And then you've got the 3 that are semi-topical, that I will take the sheets with me and wordsmith them. I encourage you now, when they are presented to you as an action item, that you discuss from the standpoint of a holistic discussion and not from a standpoint of, well, I really don't like this word or I really miss this word. Otherwise, we're going to end up 6 months from now still having nothing in place, and that can be counterproductive. All right, any questions of me? Y'all did a great job, man. I really was surprised as our numbers kept 6, 6, 7, 7. I thought, Lord of mercy, we're never going to be able to whittle this down to 2 or 3. But you did it. Good job. Good job. Madam President, that's my presentation for tonight.
Bill, thank you so much for coming out. Your help in kind of walking through this and insight has been so helpful and quite inspiring to kind of like get to do it and see the product and see where we're going. Thank you for spending this evening with us. I bet there wasn't anything else you could have done but come spend time with us.
Well, I want to point out to the members of the board, perhaps unbeknownst to you, your 3 officers and I spent an hour at one lunch together going over this. So they've already put in an hour on top of what y'all have put in. So, and I commend their efforts and their dedication as well to getting it right, to getting it in sync, getting a cycle, getting a smooth. You know, you're never going to be completely satisfied. Never, ever, ever going to be completely satisfied. So if you're looking for the 100% satisfactory evaluation instrument and process, brothers and sisters, sinners and saints, scholars and morons, keep looking, and you ain't going to find it.
Thank you very much. All right, board, do we want to take a 10-minute break while we transition to our next topic? Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at, 8:04.
Check, check.
All right, board members, it is 8:05. We are back in open session, and we are moving now to the next part of our agenda. And board members, we have a paper form tonight in our agenda, but just so you know, in the future, not only will our current agenda be in our system, but a few agendas out as well. So you can look online and see the agendas that are coming up in there in the future. And so the next item on our agenda tonight is to continue to talk about vision. Yeah, just the district vision statement discussion. That seems to wrap it up. I'll hand it over to y'all if you will introduce yourself to the community or people watching online and begin.
All right. While our presentation is pulling up, I just want to say good evening, and we're excited to be with you tonight. So Sarah Grissom, Area Superintendent, and I've had the pleasure of working with you all in lots of various settings as we've talked about core beliefs and setting some vision for our district. And so we're excited to be here tonight to continue that conversation. Have invited a friend along for this conversation. So Susan Cole, who is our Executive Director of Instruction and Professional Learning, and a skilled facilitator in these conversations. So excited to have her a part of this. What I have loved about what we just listened to and that conversation was how it really has primed the pump for this next level of conversation. So I know it was really thinking about what are the goals for kind of the 12 to 15 months, really thinking about our current reality and what are the things to address. So we're now going to challenge us to come back up to that 50,000 foot level and really think about the future and where are we headed and what do we want to create here. So you've seen this statement before. It, as we had engaged in the work around core beliefs, what really came out through that process was the need to continue some shared learning and strategic thinking as we think about what it is that we want to build and create here in our district. And this visual should not be new to you. We've put this out a few times. It really just kind of paints that picture of where are we headed with all of these conversations. So it's our road to the strategic plan, which did start with that conversation around core beliefs, which was that foundational work that has started all of this. And like a road, it's typically, just a linear path and you're working your way down the road. But I was talking with the leadership team earlier this morning, and we talked about we're almost doing donuts here in the middle section, right? Because we are in an iterative process right now. We have the refinement of the graduate profile, which you actually referenced earlier in the conversation, which is so powerful. And then we've also had some shared learning around equity, around community-based accountability. We have deeper learning coming up. And all of that is feeding into this vision and mission conversation that we're going to start tonight. And knowing the conversation tonight around vision is going to feed back into that graduate profile work, as well as the other shared learning that is all going to propel us into that long-range 5-year strategic plan, really thinking about where do we want to be and how are we going to get there. It's so exciting to think about that. So tonight, we really are going to just focus on the vision, and we're going to engage in a collaborative dialogue to cast that vision. And we invite you tonight to dream, to really dream as we chart the course of where it is that we want to be. That future forecasting, and what's so exciting about that is really, like I said, that opportunity to dream, knowing where we are, but where do we want to be? And we know this is going to take some time, and just like with core beliefs, we took the time to really engage in the dialogue and really listen to each other, and then landed on something that was beautiful, that everyone agreed upon. And that's, the hope with this conversation as well. So it's not going to be, tonight that we're going to have a vision adopted, right? This is just the beginning of the conversation. So we did want to come back to the core beliefs because we did talk about that these are foundational. So I am going to ask you to please pull that out. You have it there at your spot. It should be in your folder or right there where you can see it because it is foundational to this work. And what has been so powerful to watch is as you have come around these core beliefs, because it's created that coherence in the board and you can see it. And then what's powerful is that you see it also how it's transcending to other parts of our organization and where it is leaning on it in meetings and other work that we're doing. And so I just think that shows the power of what you all created here and how that is setting the direction. So as we think about vision, we're going to start with these core beliefs and build from there.
So why vision and mission? So Peter Senge describes a shared vision as a force in people's hearts. And he says to ask the question, what do we want to create? And so I'd like to ask you to direct your attention to a handout in your folder. It's a mission and vision comparison chart. And we're just going to look at a couple of things on this as we move forward. And that's really about. So notice that a vision statement outlines where you want to be.
communicates both the purpose and values of your business or organization, whereas a mission talks about the how you will get to where you want to be. So a lot of people get confused about the difference in vision and mission. So the easiest way that I've found to really think through it is just think about that vision as what you aspire to. Like Bill mentioned, I think he said 20 years, 5 years from now, 20 years from now, 10 years from now, where do you want to be? And then the mission is how you get there. So tonight we are specifically going to be focusing on vision, and then we'll be coming back on Thursday, even though we don't anticipate vision being final tonight, but starting some mission work because, like Sarah, the analogy of a donut, it's spinning, and how all of this then is paralleled with the work we're doing with Graduate Profile. So this is just really a reference document for you, and if you start kind of getting confused, it's good to pull it back out and just take a look at that. So the next slide takes a look at our last 3 vision statements that we've had here in Leander. If we want to move forward, we thought it was important to take a step and look at where we've been. So our current vision is the one there, of course, engage, inspire, achieve for lifelong success. And then I'll give you a minute to look at the other 2 visions, the previous LISD visions. So go ahead and take a minute to read those. So I would ask you to maybe just kind of mentally look at some of the words that kind of stand out in some of our past visions and just take note of those at this time. Okay, go ahead. So you've seen this very busy slide. This is something we've really utilized with our graduate profile work, and the reason we wanted to put this in tonight for you is just to remind you all and everyone that might be watching that this really started 18 months ago, a year ago, with our hopes and dreams conversations with our community and our equity and diversity conversations with our community, really asking, what do you want? What do you hope for your students in LISD? And through this process, we've gotten lots of feedback then that has fed into our graduate profile, including you all giving us some great feedback and get great input, and we'll continue that along the way. So again, this is really just to share the road that we've been on and kind of how we got to where we are right now. So at this time, we're going to ask you to engage in an activity with us, and it's called Imagineer the Perfect. So again, this is that high level, thinking about the whole district view. So I would like you to think about, imagine the perfect school district if the core beliefs were realized. What would it look like? What would it sound like? What actions or behaviors would we see? And we're going to ask you to actually write down some words. I think you have a blank piece of paper also in your folder. So we're just going to have you make a list of words that you think about when you think about the perfect school district. So an example that I heard you talk about with Bill a little earlier was the word empower. If you think in 5 years from now and 10 years from now, when you think about this school year, this school district, you think about the word empowered. So that might be a word that resonates. So you're just going to make a list. If it's a couple of words, if you need a couple of words, but just try to keep it to one or a couple of words, short phrase. So I'll give you a minute to go ahead and Imagineer the Perfect.
We encourage you during this process to go back to those core beliefs and really look at what you said there, thinking about if those are lived out, what does this look like?
Okay, don't want to rush you, but looking and think that most of us maybe are at a point to have a good list going. So what we're going to do now is, you want to change it to the next slide just to, and maybe it's good to see the other one actually. But so we're going to have you share a word on your list. Chris, if you don't mind starting, and then if others have that same word, you can just check that off your list or check it. And we're going to go ahead and capture a list of words that you all have developed.
Collaborative.
So if others put that on your list, just give that a check.
Empowered.
Empowered.
Productive.
Productive. Productive.
Deep learning.
Ignite.
Personalized.
Compassionate.
I hear some of you saying, oh, yep, I got that.
Equitable. We're going to give you a workout.
Go ahead, Chris.
Maximum potential, is that too many?
Global. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Trish.
Maximum potential?
Global.
Don't hate me, Aaron. Inclusive.
Engaged.
Happy.
Supportive?
Supportive. Parent engagement. I don't know if that would be there, though. I think so.
Purposeful.
And servant leaders.
Excellence.
I don't know if this is cheating, but it's still my power word for the night. LISD, life changers.
It's a good word.
Inspired.
Safe.
Pride.
Self-aware.
I had dreaming for the future. Dreaming for the future.
I will think that dreamers, which is what I had, would be the same, so.
I keep thinking it's got to be up there, but I just valued, and I think there's something about that feeling valued and self-worth, which is a little bit like self-aware, but yeah. So valued. Valued's fine.
Trust and respect. For me, they came together, and maybe it's respect and trust. Respect for one another earns trust, or I don't know, you can separate them however we want to do it. I don't know where we're going from here.
I have a question. Would student experience be on this? Because when I think about experience, I think about all those things that go into an experience. So I don't know, because I don't see experience up there. So I'm not sure, because I feel like that's something of what we're trying to create.
So we could add student experience.
Community? Yeah.
So I know like empowered and engaged was on there, but I had that together with learners. So I had like engaged learners, but it might be redundant.
I don't think that's redundant. I think engaged learners is good too. It's a good clarification.
My last word was excited. Excited.
Alignment and coordination. They are, those go together.
Dr. Gehring, I might need help, but I'm thinking of like something that would capture kind of George Couros, that future learner type. Is it innovative? Is it visionary? I'm not sure.
The sample word I almost gave tonight was innovation, and I went with empower when I heard y'all talk about it, so I think. Dr. Gehring, did you have any others on your list? I saw you unmute a time or two and then, or not unmute, but unmic.
It is unmuting, right? Creative.
I have two others, they're not together. Okay. Informed. And invested.
Performance. Challenge. Relevant. Restorative. Sideways.
By safe, isn't there
I
a
think you could
This
get
place.
another one on there. This would require you to work your quads again.
And just because you've written it so neatly, busy, messy, and chaotic.
I have one more. Optimistic.
Passionate. I don't know if it's on there.
I think we had compassionate, but
Compassionate's on there,
not.
but passionate is
It
different.
is different, yeah. Heard?
We do have excited.
True.
Heard?
You go.
And I have care, love, and empathy, but I don't know. I think care and love go together. I think empathy maybe is separate.
Okay.
And when I mean heard, I don't mean like cattle. I mean like listen, like I've heard. I'm sure that's what you're thinking, but
I think she spelled it right.
she did. She did. I just can't see from back.
You got it, Sarah. Yeah.
You did fine.
Heard, H-E-R-D. Oh.
Wow, this is a great list. So are there any of these words that you need any clarification around or that we would want to combine because they're so similar? And we don't have to force it, but just wanted to offer that.
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of words that probably kind of go under the same frame. Like I said, we don't want to force it, but I see like empowered and ignite maybe, but I also, when we talk about excited and passion, it's slightly different though, right? So, yeah, there's a lot of them that are definitely in the same realm, but they might mean something slightly different to each person, so I don't know, you want us to start putting them in buckets?
No, not
Okay, good.
necessarily.
Okay.
No. But there's sometimes like that, yes, those are so similar that it would
Right.
be better for them to go together, but we're not going to need to force that if we don't see any.
I guess, how long do you want us to talk, right? If we have another activity to move to the next step and we don't need to do that, yeah.
Yes, we're about to do something with these words. Yes, but I just want to make sure that there's no, anyone needs any other clarification or combining. So it sounds like we're ready to move on. Okay, great. So we are going to do something called a multi-voting technique. It's a way to prioritize and otherwise known as hot dot. So Sarah is counting those. So let me just explain. It's going to be great. So everyone's going to get one red dot, and that will be for you to place on your most important word, the one that you feel is the most important to you. And again, we're talking, bring yourself back up, our district vision. So really thinking, what do we aim and aspire to be in 5 years from now, 10 years from now? So you'll have one red, you put it on any word that you feel is the most important. And then you're going to have, how many?
16.
16,
Yes.
wow.
There's 47.
Okay, 16 green dots that you will be able to put on any of the other words that really stand out to you. You can put more than one on a word, that's fine. And so this is, again, going to help us kind of prioritize.
So do I wait back here until everybody does and then I can figure it out? Or are we all supposed to go at the same time?
So we talked about kind of taking a quick
See, Sarah's smiling because she knows we've talked about gaming the system before. She remembers these conversations.
I've heard a little history, but that's why we called it multi-voting, otherwise known as hot dot. Yeah, so we actually talked about, taking a 5-minute break or so and doing this and grabbing a snack if you need to. And we'll be passing these out to you. So 16 green and 1 red. So any questions or clarifications?
How many greens is a red worth?
Sounds like a rhyme.
I'm actually not kidding.
So the reds, we're not going to count. The red does not count more. It just helps visually to see like, oh, that word was really important to 3 people. And so it's just a different way to look at that. So none count more than the other.
So we have done it before where they have counted more, so that's a fair question. question. Appreciate it. But yeah, we just wanted to see visually what was kind of that priority word for you. And again, thinking about, we're going to use all of this to then craft that vision statement, right? So it's not that necessarily we're going to be tied to, we've got to fit all these words in that vision statement, but really wanting to get an essence of what are those things as you think about down the road, what is it we're trying to build? What do we want to create for our students and for our community? So what speaks to you when you think about in 10 years where we want to be? So we've seen all of your feedback. We're going to have 16 green dots and 1 red dot. And then we'll go to the next phase.
All right.
Aaron, I'll trade you my red dot for 5 green.
Willing to trade his red dot.
Thank you. My red dot. Thank you, thank you. Oh, for that part, okay. I want a hot dog. Nobody wants to go first.
I don't mind.
I can't decide where I want to put my red one.
I know, right?
I'm going to do inclusive.
Remember, you can also put more dots wherever you want. And I'm gonna put the few that I like and.
Yeah, I'm all about it.
We have a hot mic. No, he wants on.
I'm sure they did.
Well, you'll find out.
Yeah, my boots.
Oh, I love those boots.
I know.
Those are great boots.
But how does Alexis walk in her boots? That's what I want to know. How do you walk in those? Do they not fall off your feet?
I did my Vista Ridge tour in these today, and really.
And then I put my,
And then I did my.
all right, I have 1, 6 left.
Sign in front of this. Oh, you did? Oh, cool. I got a post. I haven't tweeted it.
Yes, I overheard.
So like, do they zip up?
They just slip on.
They actually look comfortable. Sorry, I'm going to go out of everyone's way.
Those, take one of those.
All right, Aaron.
Those.
Back to Aaron.
We're struggling. Experience, student experience, right? I think it's saint experience, and like, there's no saint experience, it's student.
That's worth, that's maybe worth a couple. That's probably worth one. That's probably worth one. That's probably worth, all right.
Bizarre exercise.
Oh, somebody dropped one. Is that me again? I read one. I don't know where to go. Be careful.
I'll take it.
Like, I gotta release it.
Just hoping my fingers aren't sticky afterwards.
You're caught red-handed.
Ha.
This is for me.
Some of these need subtitles.
Yeah. You have to interpret a little bit, yeah.
I'm here, I'll go.
Infer. Well, they go quick once you start. Put some support in.
We have engaged and engaged learners.
Yeah, sorry. That's my fault.
That's all right.
I said, I think it's similar.
you have experience, right? Yeah, because I started putting more into that word. Sorry. Yeah.
Need help, Trish?
Yeah, they're just
Each of us one.
so many good. Here, I'll turn it off.
I'm just
This is the last one that's bothering me.
No, I just.
All right, so thank you for that. So I am curious, just as you look at the two charts and the dots, maybe just something you notice as you're looking at that.
We didn't want to leave anybody out, so we spread our dots around as much as possible.
We're truly inclusive.
Lots of words, Scott. And again, when you're looking at this high-level view, it's not that some of the other words that didn't get a dot aren't great. Maybe those would be more in our mission. Maybe they're already in your core beliefs. Other noticings?
It's interesting to me that 2 words got 2 red dots but not very many green dots, but then a couple of words got a ton of green dots but not any red dots.
Any reason why you think that might be?
Because you had a hard time picking one, so you were like, I gave you my red dot, so I'm going to give you 4 green dots. Or however many I was thinking valued the thinking of the question that Aaron asked. And so I think that has something to do with it. And I still struggled between like where I put my red dot and another one that got 2. And so I don't know. Yeah. I'm like, no, was that the right one? And empowered was the first word I said. That was the first top of my list. Why did I not go there? I don't know. So I'm just thinking like, did I put my red circle in the right place?
So that's the good thing about this activity is it does help prioritize and visually kind of gives you some direction, but I heard Anna say, I want to change my.
Yeah, I do.
You have the flexibility in this next part, which Sarah's going to give you guidance on, of actually drafting, to be able to have some flexibility with that. So again, this is really just a way to process through, really trying to help us see big picture, our school, our LISD vision. So Sarah?
Thank you, Susan. Okay, so we are going to actually transition into how do we turn some of these words that are represented here, some of these ideas, and actually turn that into a statement. So before we actually get into that work, I do want to go back to the vision and mission comparison chart, because we did provide examples, just some examples from where in our district, but then also other districts as well as corporations. And just that reminder of that vision statements are aspirational, right? It's where we want to be in the future. It's that future forecasting. And as we were preparing for this conversation, I came across a quote from Stephen Covey. A vision gives us the ability to see beyond our present reality, to create, to invent what does not exist, right? So what is that builds this inspiration in us to go forth and build and create? And I think you have a lot of words and ideals represented on these charts that do just that, right? So again, we have those examples for you. Just Not that we need to copy others, but wanted to just give some ideas to help fuel this conversation for this next part, which is where we're actually going to draft the vision statement. Now, we know that sometimes in a larger group, it's hard to get every voice into that conversation. So we actually are going to split you up into 2 groups and we'll move the charts so that everyone can see them. And to really think about what you see up here, think about the conversations, think about past conversations around core beliefs, and start drafting using these top power words that you see, or an ideal that they represent, to start drafting what is that vision we want to cast for our district, for our students, and for our community. Questions about your process from here? Okay, I think we're going to just, for simplest terms, we're just going to divide y'all. Do you have a question? We were going to do 2 groups, but we can absolutely do 3. We just need to revamp a little bit with Mark for cameras, but that's easy to do. We can easily do that. So that's not a problem. We can do these 3 tables, and I'll just move.
We I wanted to make sure we were all within quorum and that we were all in the proper area, so.
So you're going to have cameras on and mics on both groups?
Yes,
So
yes.
we don't have a quorum issue?
And we did run that through Holly, just to make sure we were meeting.
I should have got ahead with you. You know where my brain was, so thank you. That's it. We're good then.
So for that
So 2
exercise.
groups.
So we'll stick with the 2 groups. So for that, we will have microphones on just to capture the conversation. Since there's no action tonight, we don't have to get every single word, but we do have the microphones on. And we will have cameras on just to watch y'all engage in the process. We'll move the charts so that you can see, but definitely encourage you to bring your core beliefs, bring the examples of vision statements, and we'll give you time to work. Okay?
So these 4 will go here, you 4, and then you 4 will go.
Yeah, we're just splitting right down the middle. I'll stand up. I can't sit down anymore. I will. I'll end up pulling a chair. Right.
Gloria, you're going to write, right?
No.
No. But you were the teacher.
Yeah, I know, but sometimes I have conflicts when men always ask me, like, when I'm like the only female in groups. This is not the case, and they're like, oh, we need a secretary. And then you'll see every man look at the woman in the group and be like,
Oh, no.
because we love being the secretary.
It's all about penmanship.
It's funny, I was in a group of this the other day.
When I look at Sarah's charts, I go like, uh-oh.
Yeah, I do write like that too, though.
My husband tells me you're.
And I was gonna say, that's
Back on.
Turn it off.
I was gonna say, writing is exactly like mine too, so.
Darken it, but I can't turn it off.
When you look at my letters on my page, like Sarah and I have the exact same handwriting. It's that teacher
It's a teacher, right?
handwriting.
Saying the lines.
Like, mine looks
There's
like
no lines
that
on this
my
paper, fair warning.
Like, the style of your
I
letters and
thought
everything.
corporations are really interesting. They had a lot of
Cracked me up.
to be.
So how do we want to tackle, like, do you want to do?
I don't know, we can look at the words that are big on there, that have a lot of dots.
The comparison
I started, like, or we can start with something and then edit it all up.
Yeah.
I don't know, what do you guys think?
Where do we aim?
I'll tell you what I started with,
Which is why I guess
and then
somebody
we can
would
just
say
talk
to
about
me.
it, okay?
Talking about your future.
I did, well, because I was thinking about our
And
core
where you see yourself
beliefs
years from
and a lot
now
of that
inspires you to give your
discussion
best,
that we had,
shapes your understanding
because
of why you are working
we
there.
really try to get everyone's voice into those core
right,
beliefs,
so we wanna
and
go
then
ahead
we
and start.
modified them and modified
Some
them.
basic
And so
values.
anyway, I was
I'm just
trying to
gonna
add all the words that were the big ones there. So I put to
We want to
empower
write it
and
down, and then we'll
inspire
start markering.
all students and life changers
So what do y'all think? To be
to
would be the
achieve
first
their
one?
maximum potential.
We good with
We
starting
don't
with
want
2B?
to just empower and inspire.
I don't know another way to start. Just the students.
We want to inspire all our.
All of our life changers too.
Amazing.
I mean, they gotta love coming to work or else they're not gonna
Right.
stay, right?
So,
that's- yeah.
let me tell you my thought, and then we start pulling it apart.
Yeah, yeah.
So empower, inspire, all, to me, like, addresses, like,
Inclusive piece.
inclusive and equitable, and then we have life changers and achieve,
Most
and,
admired.
you know, so. And maximum potential maybe is the wrong word.
What is that they
and
say
the
about
one
the
I-
band?
I was thinking of that one because it's in our core beliefs. and-
Leander IC School District will be.
And the only other one that,
ISD will be.
Is.
What's another big
student,
one?
I see student experience has got another red dot. But, I mean, is the goal to put all of the red dotted words into one statement?
Humble
Or
brag.
not necessarily?
Hashtag
Not
humble brag.
necessarily,
strives to
remember,
be.
It's just statement inclusive because
What do you
that's
wanna
where
be
I
though?
felt like,
I'm not-
oh,
Amazing.
yeah.
The most admired large district.
Yes.
Answered it for you.
There you
Okay.
go. But yes, we want to be a true destination district.
All of those.
I know they're not, but
Right? Or even all of the.
you want to arm wrestle over those words,
Rhetoric,
because
Got it.
that's part of the problem,
But
right?
that gives you an essence of where.
I mean, how are we
Everyone's
supposed to get
got
all?
it.
Yes.
Read that out again.
Let's,
So I put to
Okay, so to be
empower
most
and
admired,
inspire
what's
all
yours?
students
Large
and life
school district.
changers.
Hang on.
Sorry.
okay?
Not bad.
I think.
I know, and then we can cross things
Yeah.
and write things and rewrite.
Don't feel that you have to use all of those words.
We were just talking about that.
Life changers.
So it was
None.
it was an exercise to give you a
To
sense
achieve
of what rises to the top.
their maximum.
Wait a minute,
You
I,
get a
I,
feeling
before
Wait,
you
to-
accept
of
after
where
speaking.
people are.
I have to, I
So
still have to do
take
that.
I
and
do
craft
feel
that.
I'll just look this way.
Whatever speaks to you as you're thinking about where we want
Anna,
to be.
do you have a?
Okay, I'm going to look at the words.
We're not losing that, I just want to know if you have one.
Okay, this is where I think I'll start, like Leander ISD will create life changers by, and I don't know yet, so just,
Okay.
hold on. By providing, no, by empowering, I'm gonna use all the words. By empowering
Somebody
Our
else give their
students,
version. or
parents.
Their style.
there's no teachers up there.
Well,
Community, yes, there you go. And by
What do you have,
creating
Bruce? What do you think?
equitable, safe places that
She's really wanting to use all of them, y'all, it's like alphabet.
innovate,
I don't know if that's
Services
compared
that, oh my
to,
God.
like, I don't think our
Innovate.
current one is bad.
the student experience.
Like, I don't
We
think
call that
what we
dragging
have
it
right
through the
now
garden.
is that engage, inspire,
Right,
achieve
that's
for
like a
lifelong
pizza or a
success.
sandwich that you drag through the
Yeah, that's
garden. It's got a
basically
little
what
bit of
that
everything on it.
There you go.
All right. You're at anything?
Right, you're right, that doesn't tell us.
True.
So I like where you're going.
That's
with
where I
this.
like
Here's
these
my
words
question.
here.
The why, like the thing, like the Simon Sinek, start with your why. Right, the whole reason we do it is not for the district, but for the students. Sure. So to have students that are the most admired, are the most employable, are beyond, best
So
qualified,
LISD
something.
will be a
For
global
me,
leader.
it's that
in
student
collaborative
focus. If we don't start with students, I feel like the
Maybe
game's
it's
already over.
Leander ISD will produce the most respected students of any large district in the state of Texas.
I like this, though. He's thinking big term.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
no, I think it works.
It's that whole
we're already the
destination.
sixth most affluent school district in that group.
Yeah,
We only have 5 to beat.
practice what we preach, baby.
Well,
Like that thought process of
Yeah,
who
I'm
we
just-
want to
We
be.
would beat
Like,
that.
Right,
what
me
is
too.
fi- what
we
does
should have a
10
head
years
start
look like?
on all but 5 of them.
Or what Brene Brown says, paint done.
Okay, we'll produce the
Do
most
what? Affluent?
Paint done.
respected. What's another word besides respected?
Yeah, not the most effective. They're not bad. I think they do very well.
But if we're comparing, right.
Yeah.
Sorry, will produce most respected
know.
students of any
Impressive.
large school district in the state of Texas.
Okay, I'll let me see. Yeah, can you see?
Sorry, we're on a whole other conversation. It's okay. How we're gonna beat the other districts.
Right now, we would be aiming for Katy, in my opinion.
Yes. Yeah,
And we'd have to pass a number of other districts together.
we can do it. Is their thing, I wonder what their vision, I know we're not supposed to compare, but,
No, we'll do that at the end.
yeah, I'm just curious what their vision is.
There's other visions on here. All right, so
Because you know how right
guys,
now
we've
we have
gotten
two,
most
we have
admired large
words,
school
right?
district in the state of
And then we
Texas,
have
create
periods
life
after, like,
changers by
empower,
empowering our
fire,
students,
school
parents, and
leader.
community, equitable service that innovates the student experience, will produce the most respected students of any large school district in the state of Texas. I actually like where this is going, just respected, the word.
Pick a different word.
And
Most admired?
Most empowered,
Most
most
successful?
successful, or
Successful
inspired,
has a
passionate?
has a weird, yeah.
What about
Right?
That's why I like respected, right? I
Most
mean,
innovative students?
innovative,
well,
purposeful,
yeah.
creative? I mean, I think
we
you could like,
want them to be many things.
Most engaged and empowered.
I'm too tired.
Oh, I know,
We
right?
go back to that, we go back to empowered, engaged, inspired, servant leaders.
I like respected because it incorporates a lot
sleep
of
So
different
hopes and dreams
values. It can include
for our kids, right?
innovation
For our community.
and compassion. Lots of different attributes, but
No, we're on vision.
necessarily.
Oh, oh, I see.
Now, we use life changers for teachers, so are we gonna still
know.
use that? Okay.
I'm
Oh,
on
oh,
another
I see.
track.
I got it, go, keep going, I'm sorry. Keep going.
engaged learners?
I mean,
Our life changers do
I'm with you,
produce the
Jean.
most.
I don't hate what we have. I mean,
Yeah.
but I don't know about the,
Ooh, what kind of life valued? There's some
Yeah, I know.
thoughts in that word.
it's tough because it.
Not restricted to large districts.
Yeah, it's like of all. It's like of all.
I like
Nope,
this
no
concept
argument
of
for me.
being
Is that okay?
the best, right?
I mean, it's
So
different
global
game.
leader for me, and also not just best, like,
Not
just
just here.
the best, right? Global leader, I like this part. I'm not sure that I like this part, though.
It's funny, I'm
So
not
what-
sure I like
You don't
that
like
part.
this part?
And I'll
You like
tell you
this
why,
part?
and I don't know if maybe that's just loaded in my head. Like Vandergrift's
It takes more than
slogan
three
is
great
second to
teachers, right?
none,
Yep.
that they're number one. And
Does that,
it
do we
creates
need
like
something in
this,
our
like
vision
we
to
have
talk
to be
about
the
that process
leader,
at
we have
scale?
to be
Is there,
first. We have
what I'm
to
saying is,
be-
if we take out large district,
It's
does
that
that
fine line
take out your
between
thoughts
being
on a
proud of who
system
we are
at
and
scale?
sounding snotty.
I'm okay.
And putting too much pressure
It's
on
vision.
On
the
kids,
whole
that's
system.
that's exactly one of the things Trish mentioned earlier was the stress, right?
Yeah.
And so
That's
does that
more to-
put a lot of stress and pressure on staff that you can't just be great, you need to be like the best, you have to be second to none.
Not support
Right, right.
creative.
And so that's
Yeah, I would
where,
take creative out, that can be a lot.
Valued is,
leading to a
well,
right.
I was about to use that
Yeah.
exact phrase.
Yeah, so I
Maybe
was,
we use the most sought after.
because that's what I was,
I mean, where did that come
Saying in my
from? The tagline?
When we did the,
I
the logo
think that- I think it
redesign.
was a
You're asking the
branding
wrong
thing.
person.
Branding, okay.
Yeah, it was the brand logo
Yeah.
4 years ago.
So what does that mean, though, by sought-after students? Like, are we gonna have
In the
other districts?
workplace,
Years.
in
These
college?
words should
So-
be grouped together.
So that's like,
Yeah.
because like when I'm reading that, I'm like,
Valued,
all right, so
inclusive
we're gonna
seems to be
produce the
one
most
thing.
Yep.
sought-after
has a
students.
lot
What
of
I'm
value.
thinking
Like,
of,
I want that
So
person
how do
on my
we-
team.
but see,
I want
I'm
that
not,
person
the way
to
I
be
see
my
that
team.
is like people
That
picking
idea of-
students off. Like, I'm not, I don't see, I guess I'm not making
You
the
wanna say
connection.
Most sought after graduates.
I think it needs something like that. Like, I don't, it doesn't connect that like
Yeah,
future
let's
piece
say
for me.
graduates.
I can do graduates, I like graduates.
I mean, I like the student piece, but honestly, I'm looking at that and I'm like, so we are gonna
Huge
produce,
thing,
we're
right?
gonna be
That's
seeing
why-
other
Because it's all about the
districts
people, right?
Right.
That seems to me to have to be.
You know-
Midstream.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yes. Done.
I like the state of Texas thing.
I do like this.
We're working on our second one.
Go to recess.
You don't have to ask me twice.
Produce the most
So this one.
Ooh, empower,
I'm just
yes.
Thinking of ways
Good idea.
that, looking at how people brought in the student and the educators. So this one's like, I don't like this one at all, but just giving you a home of the most inspired students served by the most empowered leaders.
And I think that gets that system in there too, by the way, just saying.
And so vision statement there, I mean, they want the most inspired students.
these are, if you look at these are just very,
They want to empower. And so.
I mean,
I
clean,
like what
enter
they're
with the
saying, I hate
purpose
the
and
way
exit
it's
with the
said.
promise.
Like the,
Listen, yeah.
yeah,
We're totally
But-
ready to share.
trying to
Oh, we're
think
ready.
about like empowering.
Can you tell me why Plano is
inspiring
all in caps? Is that just how they roll?
And using that life changers, but in a way that's
Okay.
more
I
didn't wanna
like us
alter
being, like
that.
you were
Screaming
saying,
at
at
you.
the top, like,
Yeah.
They're screaming.
Do we want another sheet?
Yes,
to-
yes. I need a new.
Oh, this isn't, I like that.
all students, empowering and inspiring all students. No, I don't know.
I think produces.
Put this here whenever.
What did you
y'all are
put? Did
ready
you have
for it.
Ignite?
Yeah, I like Ignite because there's something about this, finding their potential, but I also think produce makes more sense in this, so.
I think it's more
Yeah.
comprehensive, even
Yeah.
though it's kind of,
Come on, Bruce, come up with something fabulous right now.
I mean, I like it, yeah.
it's manufacturing.
I know, that's what I was worried about.
That's it, that's the only, I just don't want the widget fail.
To ignite, what about to, we don't want create, to, no, we got empower.
Cultivate.
Cultivate's
We'll
kind
go
of
from the
cool.
factory to the farm.
Sorry.
This is, okay,
I love it.
don't try to put out a good word and shoot it down like that.
Is that bad? I like farms.
You like,
I like cultivate.
I just don't like widget.
I'm thinking about a retirement farm.
Individualizing, we empower
Not
our
that I'm
life
thinking about
changers.
retiring.
I'm like, so what kind of farm are you gonna get?
Cultivate
Yeah.
the most
Chickens,
Horses?
sought
Horses?
after
cattle,
graduates.
maybe horses. They're not required. They're nice to have.
I had cows when I was younger.
Yeah.
I had 4 of them, and it was raining outside, and I made them come inside and sleep in the living room.
No.
Talk me through this,
Sorry.
that, and this is absolutely fine, I just want to talk through it, that, does this
Just because
then,
it's perfect doesn't mean we can't make it better.
it's absolutely
Exactly.
perfect.
LASD will empower our life changers.
Right, okay, so, but,
Should
would,
this be its?
And we could
Our
put,
life.
are those, they will be a
not
global
its life
leader.
changers,
Well,
What is LASD?
we'll
That's your-
personalize that, we're
subject.
one
Global right
LASD,
there, to bring in
R,
that global piece.
Well,
R, LASD.
what about their?
then this will be hashtag one LSD will empower
Oh, R,
our
yeah, then you can do that.
And
hashtag one LASD.
students and lifelong.
I mean, if we're gonna be,
Changers.
it's pretty
or,
modern.
I don't know, something like
Is that what we're
that.
saying? Or
LASD
we're
will
saying
be a
something
R,
global
no,
leader.
power R.
and
Yeah.
He says
empowered,
it should be its, right,
comma,
because it's a,
Inspired,
Yeah.
yeah.
or
It's
just
okay.
empowered and inspired.
You might
or
come up
what
with a
about
better
our
hashtag
word?
too.
I'm not a
Not
grammarian,
inspired.
so it's okay.
I think,
The fact that you know the word grammarian is pretty grammarian there, my friend.
I mean, it is, I'm
inspired.
So is this our word?
okay.
Cultivate?
Yeah,
Inspired.
I like it. I think it's good.
Would be a global leader and empowered,
We could.
inspired,
It sounds too
I'm-
intentional. Trying too hard.
students,
See, will empower our life changers.
life.
So
changing
here's my question,
educators.
just to, the sought after the graduates,
That was a
does that
start.
mean then that the excitement and the innovation then you only get to see the result, right? Is that the end, or does it discount the innovation or the self-fulfillment of an individual? You know, quality of life, QOL stuff.
Bruce is looking at it, he's about to
So
say
you could
something
put
so profound.
I know.
And
I don't like
versus
that.
sought after.
But I get what you're saying.
Or, is there something we can take from that list?
I
Then
don't,
we'll just leave it.
yeah, I think you should.
It is what you-
I'm just trying to, if I
It
think of
means what you
something.
think it means.
Just go ahead and finish
It's
it.
language where you
Let
can
me look
supply
at
your
it.
own
So,
meaning.
but LOZ will be a global leader and empowered and inspired students.
So we could do generate, produce,
Oh, I
cultivate.
like cultivate. Generate sounds very like a factory.
Okay.
All those, to me, that's, it
I
sounds like too commercial fluff, right? With no meat. But it could, like, if you break down each word, you know?
The most excellent.
I'm all for that. Yes, yes, I'm gonna go with that. Yes, yes,
Or you
done.
could just write dude at the end of it.
Hashtag dude, LASD. We're done.
Okay, yeah, you go ahead and write it out. Okay. That was just, you know,
You're good.
one reiteration.
We've been talking about showing Bill and Ted's tonight. 15
I think it's time.
Who has never seen it.
Oh,
so
it's
that
time.
we can watch the sequel together.
You need to.
Yeah, but are we dreaming today?
We did watch the sequel during.
Like,
Did
that's
you?
where I struggle with that.
We
How
watched
bad
the
was
se-
it?
It was interesting.
Never seen it.
It was interesting.
I've read a description of the plot. It's
It
pretty
was-
thin.
Yeah.
He's a man paper. I get bored.
But if you've seen the first one, it's thin.
Like all of
It's just a little tiny.
you.
Yeah. Bill and Ted are two totally dysfunctional teenagers with their own.
And then they become
Band
dysfunctional.
Make fun of me now, because
They're terrible. George Carlin becomes their guide through time.
Okay, now maybe I need to watch
They're going to travel through a phone booth, travel through time in a phone booth to learn about history so that they can complete their oral report and not fail out of high school.
Maybe I need to watch it. I don't know, man. We just watched like the new one.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Wait, I want to
It's
talk about
terrible
it.
today.
Well,
It was
there
so
are,
beautiful. Like, and it
not
got
unlike
good
Princess Bride
tomatoes.
and some other
Yeah.
cult
I just
films,
didn't
right? There are
understand
some
It was so
pretty
bad.
cool references.
All right, I'm gonna have to watch it then. You
Yeah.
convinced
And
me.
it was so
Like
nice. They had so many of the original
Beethoven
actors.
is called Beethoven
And had
because
such
it's not very
potential to be
literate.
brilliant. And it was
All right, we'll check it out.
so terrible.
I know my husband's watching. I'm just one of those things.
That's how I feel about Coming to America.
You're not missing a lot, but, you know, there is a little,
We got about
Sorry,
30 minutes
a little
into it.
niche.
Oh, but Neil looked at me and
Look
said,
at you in
"Have
this
had
pretty
enough?"
handwriting.
Can I turn it off? And I was like,
It's
God.
pretty official, I think.
Yeah, I think we
I
just,
think it's like,
Dare the other group
Yeah.
to do
match
better.
that.
we got pretty
Yeah.
handwriting. This is, yeah, I'm sorry. We even got hashtags.
just been watching.
We got a sign
like,
written here.
All of our series are all in Spanish.
We are not gonna back down from
And
this.
it's subtitled. because
We
I'm
got
trying to
hashtags.
practice my
It's all
Spanish.
done.
We did your work
So
for you. We're
Neil's been
done.
a sport about it. Like, we've just been watching.
I
put all the stuff on subtitles
LASD
anyway.
colors.
There you go.
It's branded.
There we go. Let's get some yellow stars on it. We're done.
LASD inspires and empowers
Yes.
students and life changers to learn deeply in an equitable.
You write your
inclusive,
A's so
innovative
pretty.
way.
You gonna
All
put
right.
hashtag dude?
Hang it on the wall.
The most excellent.
So we are going to have you in minutes. And your copies get done. When we're done with their draft, we're going to have y'all share.
We should let them go first so they don't
Yes,
feel bad.
exactly.
Honor the work
Ours
that's
is,
done here.
just do that.
You like that?
Because like we're inspiring like the whole state of Texas, okay? Okay? We got our eyes on Katie, just saying it.
Sorry.
We had a little too much fun.
We're rolling away.
I feel like we need another hashtag.
Hashtag we are amazing.
Mic drop. The bomb.
Best. The best word ever.
Hashtag we win.
He asked me if I was mad at him just a second ago, and I said, I wouldn't say mad, but highly annoyed. Would be more direct.
Disbanded, are y'all?
Yeah, yeah, we're writing. But I like this one, and I like that one. Of course, the one, you know, yeah. Exactly.
So we like this one, and we like this one.
Okay. Okay.
Take your paper. Take your paper and go back to your table, sir.
So you
Sir.
can identify somebody from each group who is going to share out. Go for it.
Okay, so what we are going to do in this next part, and you know, we're not trying to finish this tonight, but just to engage in the conversation and see where we are as of now. So we're going to actually kind of wrap up here soon, but we want to hear what did your conversations produce? And so we'll let each group share their statement, and then I'll talk to you about what's the next piece. So who wants to go first? You.
Okay. I'm gonna bring it over here, Sophie. Where are you going with that?
I'm just going to get where they can see.
Oh, okay. All right, so we like, LISD empowers and inspires students and life changers to learn deeply in an equitable, inclusive, and an innovative environment. But we also like, LISD will empower all students and life changers to achieve their maximum potential. Those are our two. Don't worry about those.
All right, thank you. We're going to come back to that here in just a second. Erin is going to be our spokesperson for the other group.
Alexis wrote this very beautifully. Hashtag #OneLISD will empower our LISD life changers to cultivate the most sought-after graduates in the state of Texas.
Okay, so
I have already ordered the T-shirts. If that changes your opinion.
So we do. So we do want to hear just what do you like from each statement, and just trying to see, is there anything that we see that is similar? But let's just start with what do we like from each statement.
I like that we both included the life changer piece. I mean, I think that's really says a lot about how, I mean, it goes to the dots on the board that was really important to all of us. And I think that's a really great thing. I love that you included the hashtag just because, I mean, right? That's the way the world is going, and we need to make sure we're continuing that. Really great. Yeah, yes.
Are we just commenting on that one or both of them? Oh, go ahead. So no, I love Jaws, but when we were doing ours, no, stop it. I'm sorry, but our group was pretty amazing, okay? We're inspiring to be the best in the state of Texas. So when Erin had said that, I was like, wait a minute, no, but the more I think about it, y'all know me, go big or go home. And if we're truly going to be a destination district, then I truly want our district to be like at the top in regards to everything. So for me, like I see this and I'm like, it takes it to another level. And like we have our community, but for us, it's inspiring to be even bigger than that. So I talk with my hands a lot.
I think what I liked is the process too of getting to discuss it and watch the iterations, right? So I asked a question of the group. I was like, okay, but is sought after graduates, does that explain our student enough? Does that excite us enough about what's going on with the student? But when we looked at words, we didn't have another one that, like, there is this intentionality. You've got your graduate profile and that's where you're getting. And as we were talking, it helped me go through the process of thinking, like, I understand that our administration has actually been out and talking to our first graders about our LISD graduate profile. And to be able to have that connection, you can kind of see us heading towards that graduate profile. I like the fact that the state of Texas, we talked about kind of, I think the first discussion was large district. And then we said, well, actually, why stop there? Let's go to in all the state of Texas. And cultivate, we had discussion on the word cultivate, which was produce, I felt widgety to me, like we're trying to produce widget. But cultivate has this intentionality with it. Erin, anything else on that?
Well, I was going to say something similar. I think as I reflect on the word cultivate, it is a little bit of an unusual word, right? We talked about how we went from the factory to the farm. But with the word cultivate, there is sort of there's a relationship, right? The plant has to grow, has to do something. And the life changers are cultivating, nurturing. So there is there's some truth in that word, right? Even if it's a little unusual. So I kind of like that. I do like the first one. I think it's in the green over here, where we're empowering students and life changers. So the empowerment isn't limited to the life changers, but it's a relatively small thing, and I don't know that we could effectively incorporate it without changing that one significantly. I'm not quite sure how to do that, but.
So I really like the word cultivate. So Ken Robinson actually uses it very intentionally to be organic and to produce the right environment where students then grow themselves, and so it pushes that whole ownership of learning in the right place. I really like that.
Anna had a great question too as we were talking. She was like, what do you mean like sought after graduates? And we're talking about how that could be, you're sought after in the workplace, you're sought after in college, you're sought after in when you're looking for people who you want to get engaged in your community. Like the definition can be unlimited. So we like that. I also agree, I like on this side too, the words where I'm saying y'all play with the word maximum potential. Again, I like that thought of meeting your student and helping them get to where they can go. All students can learn, but taking them to the maximum potential, I think, is a good point. So I liked some of that over there as well. I'm trying to look at all the different iterations, and where we landed over there. So I'm looking to.
I agree. I've been a big proponent of that kind of language in some of our prior discussions. I think maybe that can enter in the mission statement conversation when we start talking about how. Right, there's a lot of material on those pages behind the ladies as well that will be important to the how, and so I think it's important to put a pin in that item and maybe include that in the later discussion.
Talk to me about LISD life changers versus just life changers.
So we'd started with life changers will empower our life changers to cultivate, but we just felt like when we shifted it and added LISD, it went from the institution of its to our. So instead of empowering its life changers, it's empowering our life changers, so that sense of community versus an institution doing it.
Well, and that sort of goes back to our core beliefs of the LISD family as well. It feels more inclusive that way.
I think more general, like I'm just looking at it in terms of an extra word there. I feel like will empower our life changers would also work without like putting LISD there, since LISD is right before it. Like, but I love everything. I've heard that discussion about cultivate and talking about growing and the nurturing, and now I even love that word even more when you brought that up. It's like, oh yeah, I remember watching that YouTube video where he talks all about that. And so I think, it's a lot of that taking care and, nurturing, caring so that it can grow on its own. So I think it's the perfect word there.
So I think what is fascinating, what stands out to me is there is a lot of similarity in the statements, nuances, but definitely you can see a common thread, which is exciting, super exciting. So what we're going to do next is we'll put this out in the Friday memo, just so you can still just kind of think about it. Right? And what we know, this is, fresh conversation. We want that time for you to kind of let it marinate a little bit. And then we'll come back and pick up this conversation again and start really thinking about how do we merge, or are we merging, or is there one statement that you all feel like that is the aspirational statement, right? And so we'll have some reflective questions just to keep that thought out there of, does this inspire? Thinking about, does it stir up in people, right? And you think about the life changers in our community. Does it stir up that feeling of, yes, this is where we're headed, this I can get behind? So it's super exciting, and I love how y'all have leaned back into your core beliefs in this process as well. So just thank you for that. Any questions for Susan or I as we close out this portion? Okay. And Aaron, I think you have a great point. We're going to keep those charts, and you will see them surface again. All right, so just a little teaser. We're back on Thursday as we think about mission. And, that mission is that how, right? So how are we going to get there? And while we are still working on the vision statement, you have a sense of kind of where we're headed with this. Y'all seem to have really kind of come together on that. So we'll be getting those conversations around mission, and that is going to be a co-created process. We're going to have cabinet members here and engaging in that conversation with you all as we think about how do we achieve this vision that y'all are starting to cast. Okay? All right. Thank you so much. And it was only an hour and a half.
Are we turning in our sheets?
Yes, so if you have your sheets, it would be great if you go ahead and turn them before leaving tonight, or if you can go ahead and write up what you want and give it to Sarah. So she has them. She'll reach out to you individually, though, if she didn't get your sheets. So I guess if you can put your name on it so she knows who to reach out individually. I didn't think about that. And other than that, if there is no further business before the board this evening, this meeting is adjourned. Thank y'all. Great job.